home as well too right now. So really appreciate the fact he came down to sort our stock today. So we're glad to have Mr. Joe Hobbs with us. If you will, put your hands together and let's thank him as he starts to work through Class 1 this morning. Those of y'all ringside, if you would, let's put our hands together for a high-quality class of commercial ewes here as we got our day started. Extremely high quality from top to bottom. As we continue to work through Class 1 commercial use here, I'd like to recognize some of our sponsors as well. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer outside of Freeman Boulevard between the livestock barns to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Good luck to the junior sheep exhibitors. Also like to recognize Creative Awards. We'd like to thank Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for associations and corporate incentive programs. Wayne, Sherry, and Landon Rohde, along with their staff, would like to wish all exhibitors the best of luck at this year's show. Also like to remind you of our live stream. Don't want to miss a show while you're checking out the grounds. Bud Light Live in Expo Hall 2 will be live streaming the Livestock Show. Catch the live stream on Jumbo Video Wall from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Enjoy indoor seating and a meal from the Fajita Corral.
Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much to the folks here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo for the invitation to come, and the sheep committee here, and most of all to the exhibitors. Thanks for bringing your sheep, right? They look really good. I've been excited for quite a while since being asked to come down and sort this show. It's one that, you know, in San Antonio over the last 15 or 20 years since Megan and I have been raising sheep, we've been very, very fortunate to have some exhibitors do well with some of ours, both in the commercial ewes and in the weather show here. And so it really, really means a lot to me to have this opportunity to sort through the ewes today and give the young people some feedback on what we're finding. With that being said, we'll dive right into Class 1. I thought the competition was very good all the way through. Lots of numbers, lots of great showmanship, a lot of kids that have spent all the time and effort with their projects. That's always very, very cool to see. With respect to the sheep specifically, young man's got a blue ewe lamb here that I just don't think there's any way to get around her in this drive. That's one I like a whole bunch. As soon as she walked in, that's the high-headed, wide-chested, big-caged, heavy-muscled one that can keep her skeleton collected, both when he's got her propped up there, where her hip and hind leg look really good and her top line's perfect, her neck comes out of the right position, as well as when she's traveling. I'll try and land on it and explain what I'm seeing throughout the day, but if you can bring them wide-structured, big-caged, big-ended, and relatively fresh, and they're still good structured, to the best of my ability, those are the ones we're going to try and gravitate up all day long, and I think an awful lot of that blue ewe. If you were to get out here and touch these sheep, you will see that there's a ewe in second in particular that has a dramatic advantage just in terms of skin quality, skin freshness, hydration. Your sheep's not quite as fresh as that one, right out over the edge of her loin, but still there's no getting around one that's built that good, that's that wide structure. Just a really, really good place to start in a commercial ewe show in my estimation. Young lady, like I mentioned in seconds, got this really good handling, really muscular, really opened up ewe that we're going to use in 2 today. And really what it comes down to, I think, is just how good that one's presented, and she's a very nice sheep. She's got the right turn to her cage. She's got the right shape behind her shoulder. She's got dimension all the way to her tail and some turn and shape down through her lower leg and stifle along with it. While she's not quite as shallow and unique as our class winner in terms of her chest floor and rib cage, she is really good in terms of having some softness to her flank. She's filled very nicely in her underline, so her lines are still very parallel and very attractive. You'd like to make her just a nickel taller fronted, maybe a little bit smoother or more upright in terms of the way that she ties her neck to the front end of her skeleton if we're going to think about getting her into the first hole, but a really, really nice ewe there in 2. We get to third, another ewe lamb that the young lady's done a really good job of keeping fresh and muscular. She handles great from blade to hip, really tall fronted, super correct in her spine. I like her hip and hind leg. Not quite as open up in her rib cage, not quite as soft in her flank, not quite as much dimension down through the lower part of her leg and stifle as maybe a couple in front of her, but a very good ewe lamb there also. Ewes in 4 and 5 I think are really close, some advantages both ways. The big muscled, stout-ended one we're going to use 4th. A ewe, I like her height at their shoulder, her correctness of spine, her hind legs really nice, big shaggy legs. One we need to both relax some in terms of the set to her shoulder where she wants to get the nickel straight, and she's a little bit too flat in her body cage if we're going to consider moving her up higher than 4th today. One here in 5 that does a really nice job. You get a silhouette of that sheep when she's wanting to drive. Her neck position's correct, her lines are good, really smooth in terms of her shoulder, the way she transitions into her forerib. When it comes right down to it, she's not quite as open, not quite as powerful as the 4 that are in front of her. When we get her in motion, I'd like to change her hind leg set, make her a nickel more coordinated when she gets around, but I think top to bottom, a nice group of 5. Put your hands together for these young people, if you would, a very nice class of ewe lambs.
This will be first call, Class 3 commercial use. First call, Class 3 commercial use. Be making your way to the make-ready pen. I'd like to bring you results of our Class 1 commercial ewe lambs. In 9th place, we had Bobby Tubbs from Coryell County 4-H. 8th place goes to Haley Reyes from Agricultural Science Technology. 7th place went to Caitlin Raines from Forestburg FFA. 6th place was Tanya Sanchez from Eastland FFA. 5th place was Emma Neal from Leon County 4-H. 4th place was Zandri Sanchez from Bront FFA. 3rd goes to Haven Williams from Coke County 4-H. 2nd place was Abby Stroman from Lavernia FFA. And your class winner was Hunter Isaacs from Freestone County 4-H. Also like to remind everybody ringside and back in the barn too that we are live streaming the show on the internet again this year with Taylor Fort, taylorfort.com/live. You can jump on there and watch the show, so make sure you let your friends and family members back home that couldn't make it down today. They can jump on and watch your young folks exhibit their sheep today. Just a reminder, they are not streaming it through Facebook this year, so you will have to go to taylorfort.com/live in order to watch the show at home there. The Class 3 commercial ewes. Class 3 commercial ewes are making your way to the make-ready pen. Those of you around ringside, please put your hands together. Let's congratulate these young folks on another high-quality class of commercial ewes. Commercial ewe exhibitors, and a reminder, lambs should be clipped evenly to the skin above the hock and knee. That includes no flank or belly wool, so please be mindful of that as you're making final preparations. We are checking for that in the make-ready pen, so if we find some belly wool, we'll give you the opportunity to run back to the pens, get that clipped off before your class starts, but it'd make your life and our lives a lot quicker and simpler if you go ahead and catch that now, trim them up, and get that belly wool taken care of before you come to the make-ready pen. So please, commercial exhibitors, remember to touch up that belly wool, get it clipped down even to the skin. It should be a uniform clip across the entire body above the hock and knees. This is our last call for Class 3 commercial ewes. Class 3 commercial ewes. Still missing one exhibitor. Class 3 commercial ewes. Another couple of reminders as well, too, for those of y'all that are getting ready to leave here shortly. If you're leaving with more animals than what you came on the grounds with, you need to get a trailer release adjustment. You need to make sure and go to the livestock office and get that adjusted to the correct number that you're leaving with. If you're leaving with more than you came with, you need to get that adjusted. If you're leaving with the same number or less, no worries. Only if you're leaving with more animals than you brought. Make sure you go to the livestock office and get that trailer release adjusted so you can get out the gate after a while. We've had an iPhone turned into the sheep ring announcer stand here. If you're missing a iPhone, we'll keep it here in the stand for a minute, and then we'll turn into the livestock office.
Well, I think, again, a very nice class all the way through and a very competitive one. One thing that I learned, I don't know if anybody else picked up on, but these two gentlemen here in 4th and 5th have done a great job with their sheep, right? Like, I'm not sure you're going to make those ewes look just a whole bunch better. Your showmanship's really good. I like them a lot. I don't love them. I didn't pull them on the first pass through, right? But you still worked your way all the way up here, which is going to happen when a class or the show is real competitive, right? Because it matters on the little things, the small differences, and by the end of it, hopefully we wrap it up and the totals put us to the final placing. So great job sticking with it. Great job showing your very nice sheep. When it comes down to it, there's a class winner here again where, yeah, I'd like to change just the condition of her skin, you know, clean it up, make it a little smoother, make her skin a little fresher, much more like the young lady's second place sheep, which I think is spot on. She's got that thing presented to a T. Outside of that, though, this class winner is really the one for me in the drive. That's the one that brings us a really nice skeletal package with the right kind of width, the right kind of rib, the right kind of flank line, and just a tremendous amount of shape all the way back from her, the back of her shoulder out over her loin edge is very big and very square. And the neat thing about it to me is she's got the extra muscle we're looking for over the one in second. She's got the extra bodiness and shallowness in her rib over the ones that go 3 through 5. Along with it, she can still get around the ring with her head up. She's not the most flexible of the group, but still quite good there. I think just a very, very nice commercial ewe to start this drive with. Young lady in 2s, like I said, has done a great job putting that thing together. Just really, really crisp and fresh in terms of how she touches. Really nice and clean in terms of her skin. Her leg wool looks very good. When you get back off of her, the initial impression to me is that one's just a nickel extreme, maybe a little bit more so than I'm typically comfortable with, but you have to appreciate all those things. Great in terms of her neck set, perfect in terms of her spine. Like I mentioned, when you get on to handle her, she's very, very fresh to the touch. If I could change her, I'd like to maybe open up her rib cage a nickel, add a shot more base width, and in particular her loin shape and the shape she has from behind just isn't quite as powerful as that class winner, but a really nice ewe there in second also. The silver ewe that comes third, you like a bunch. I found her out of the gate. She's got big legs. Her spine's good. Her hip and hind legs good. Her loin shape is really, really big and impressive, and she's square all the way out to her tail. One that comes maybe just a nickel more mature than those first two, maybe a little more plain about her rib cage, a little more point to her shoulder, but a very, very nice female there in 3. 4, similar things can be said. If we can relax her shoulder blade just a bit, open up her forerib a tad, I think that changes the way she looks from the side. It changes the way that she gets out and motors because she's a little more flexible in that way. With that said, she's really big handling. The young man's done a great job in terms of getting her presented. Ideally, she's probably just a shade fuller, but you appreciate her hip and hind leg. You really like that profile when we can get her stopped. Very nice ewe in 4 also. Young gentleman's got a really good complete ewe coming in 5, maybe a nickel more ordinary in terms of her body shape and width, but very fresh to the touch. Everything's in the right spots. He gets her propped up. She's level, squared, and good underlined. So very nice class all the way through. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
I'd like to make another announcement, a couple announcements here. We've had a lost iPhone turned into the sheep announcer table. We'll hold it here for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to turn it into the livestock office so we don't misplace it. But if you've lost a white iPhone, I have no idea what version it is, but it's a white iPhone with a clear plastic case or silicone case on it. We'll keep it here at the sheep announcer stands for a few more minutes. And then we're going to turn it into the livestock office, double red doors over there in Lost and Found. Also, another reminder, commercial ewe exhibitors, sheep should be clipped evenly to the skin across the body above the hocks and knees, including belly wool. So we are checking for belly wool in the make-ready pen. If we find some belly wool, we'll let you go back to the pens and get it touched up, but it's going to save you some time having to go back and forth to the pens. Go ahead and touch up that belly wool, flank wool today before you come to make-ready pens. But we are checking for that in the make-ready pen, so please make sure and get those things touched up. We are looking for Class 4, so first call Class 4 commercial ewes. First call Class 4 commercial ewes. Results of Class 2. 10th place goes to Paisley White from Brock FFA. 9th place went to Cheyenne Garza from Westlaco FFA. 8th was Natalie McCullum from Waco Midway FFA. 7th was Kate Jackson from Goliad County 4-H. 6th is Roberto Alvarez from Jim Wells County 4-H. 5th place went to Case Pearson from Guadalupe County 4-H. 4th was Austin Peralta from Oakwood FFA. 3rd place was Lila Graham from Blanco County 4-H. 2nd went to Brooke Garms, Clear Creek FFA, and your class winner was Laurel Frenzel from Lavernia FFA. We now have Class 3 commercial ewes in the ring, looking for Class 4 to be making the way to make-ready pen. Class 4 commercial ewes in the make-ready pen, please. Those of y'all around ringside, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young exhibitors on their high-quality class of commercial use. Thank y'all for bringing out a nice set, guys. We're still looking for Class 4 commercial use to the make-ready pen. Class 4 commercial use to the make-ready pen. Still missing a couple exhibitors. I think a total of 4 of y'all for Class 4. Class 4 commercial use. Still missing 4 exhibitors. This is your final call. Be making your way to the make-ready pen. Class 4 commercial use. Final call, Class 4 commercial use. Still missing a couple. Class 4 commercial use, final call.
I think really, really a nice class as we work all the way through. For the first time, we're kicking out some sheep that I think are pretty darn good and maybe should be in contention. But ultimately, we end up with just a handful here toward the top end that are very, very nice. Close in between 1 and 2 for me, and I'll tell you what I'm seeing, and if there's a reason you'd shuffle these around, I probably wouldn't argue long. Young gentleman's got one here that is just awfully good. Your first impression of her is maybe she's not just quite shallow or shallow enough relative to what the class is going to be, but I think she's adequate there, especially when you combine that with her softness of flank, softness of underline. When she hits the ring, she's high-headed. She's ideal in her spine. And what she does for me, probably better than the rest of the group, is not only is she wide, bold, muscular, big-ribbed, and really dimensional, but the way she ties the pieces together is just a little more next level, right? A little skinnier neck, a little more smooth in terms of the way she transitioned it into her shoulder, really nice and smooth from her shoulder transition into her forearm. Just a big barrel rib cage to go along with that, with the base, with the chest. She handles perfectly from blade to hip. I think really a unique kind of breeding piece there. She probably has an advantage in terms of the shape she has out to her tail relative to a couple that come next to her. I think a very high quality individual to start the class with. The one that gives her a run for her money here in 2 is one that I'd like maybe just a shade better in terms of the way that she proportions, meaning she's a little bit longer neck, she's just a little bit taller fronted, she's probably got just a nickel advantage in terms of length of hip. You really like the way that she sets up, and her length of cannon, length of body, length of hip, length of neck all matches really nicely. She's got plenty of muscle. She's really square and groovy right behind her shoulder. Maybe just not quite as crisp out to her loin edge as that class winner. Maybe not quite as robust and full as we get back to her tail and her pin set. But I think certainly enough muscle to keep her in contention here to win the class. If I could change her, you might make her just a little bit smoother in terms of the way that she blends her neck into her shoulder. The point of the shoulder tucked up just a nickel smoother relative to her blade and the way she blends it into her forearm, but those are very small criticisms of a ewe that's awfully nice. Move down into 3, and this young lady has worked her way up. You know, initially that's not one that hits you real hard, but I think when you boil down the big picture pieces, she's wide structured, huge caged, round in her body shape, nice hip and hind leg set. When you get it behind this one, she's got a tremendous amount of shape all the way from her shoulder back to her hip. Really good and fresh in terms of the way that she touches. For me, she's maybe just a nickel long bodied. She's not quite as tall fronted in relation to that length, so her balance isn't quite as unique as what we find in 1 and 2, but a really good one there also. You in 4, you really like a bunch when she's loose because she's high-headed, really soft and flexible in terms of her spine. She can get out and motor, extremely flexible off of both ends. We appreciate all those things about her. Along with that, she does it with a significant amount of muscle, really square and shapely right over in terms of her rack, big and deep turn to her stifle and lower leg. I sorted her down to 4. She's not quite as bold in terms of her rib cage. She's maybe not quite as level and perfectly square to her tail as a few in front of her, but that's also one you can work up a spot or 2 if you certainly wanted. Finally, we get down to 5, a really nice show you there also. Height at the top of her blade, tremendous in terms of her lines, very nice in terms of the way that she touches, not quite as much girth in terms of just her openness, the spread across her back, maybe not quite as shallow and unique about the point of her shoulder and chest as a few other ones in the group, but all the way through, really nice set of sheep. Congratulations.
I'd like to bring you results of Class 3 commercial ewes. In 9th place, we had Kelby Gibson from Maypearl FFA. 8th place was Hannah Smith from Coleman County 4-H. 7th was Olivia Calhoun from Chapel Hill FFA. 6th place, we had Kate Jackson from Goliad County 4-H. 5th goes to Lottie Owen from Guadalupe County 4-H. 4th was Anna Bland from Leon County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Charlie Williams from McCullough County 4-H. 2nd, Abigail Owen from Guadalupe County 4-H. And your class winner was Karsten Stevenson from Wise County 4-H. We now have Class 4 commercial ewes in the ring. Class 4 commercial ewe lambs are in the ring. Attention commercial ewe exhibitors. We're now looking for Class 5. First call, Class 5 commercial ewe lambs. First call, Class 5 commercial ewe lambs. Thank you, exhibitors, for bringing us in our high-quality class. If y'all would, please, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young folks on some nice sheep.
I think another very nice class, competitive class all the way through. And some of the differences, in this case, it's probably the differences between the second place and the 6th, 7th, 8th place animal are just really, really small. So if you didn't get up as high as you maybe had hoped, it's just one particular thing about your sheep that I might change. Ultimately, there's a lot of different high quality ones in here. We'll talk about what I saw. The one that the young gentleman's got another one here in a second class that I think a whole bunch of. When that one comes out and hits the ring, she's the high-headed, really comfortable striding, cool line, smooth-bodied, high-quality animal. And when we get our hands on her, she certainly doesn't disappoint. She's got as much muscle shape as anything that ends up here in 2 and 3, 5, 6, 7 for sure. Minus one outlier in the group. She's got as much muscle as anything. Along with it, her neck attachment's right. The way she blends her parts is really good, really fresh to the touch. Young man does a great job of getting her shown. Ewe lambs in 2, 3, 4, 5, it gets really, really close. Ultimately, I land on the young lady's ewe that I wish we could make just a little bit less mature, just clean her up some about her sternum or brisket and the point of that shoulder. But she does an excellent job, as you'll notice now, of getting some of that covered up with her leg, right? Along with maybe not being quite as youthful and smooth and unique as that class winner. She wants to get just a shade more choppy when she strides. There's a couple times where she just really doesn't want to get out and go in a real fluid manner. But I think if you're willing to give up a couple things there, you've got one that ultimately is pretty darn well put together. She lays back adequately enough in her shoulder. Her hip and hind leg is really good. She's busted open, wide at the ground, big chested, really big in terms of her cage, and has as much shape as you can drape on one and still keep that kind of balance and that correctness in terms of her hip and hind leg structure. So I like her a lot. I kept gravitating back to her as we worked through the group. Ewe lamb that's going to go third, I like a lot. When we get her in motion, and ultimately when we prop her up and put some weight on her and ask her to push, things don't quite work as well. She's just a nickel straight in her hind leg, maybe a little bit too upright in her shoulder. That throws her front end or her loin off where she wants to get higher in terms of her spine. But her shape is very impressive. She's bold about her cage, really big and fresh in terms of the way that she handles. Maybe not quite as dimensioned out over her loin edge and back to her tail as the one that's behind her, but I think still a high quality, relatively youthful looking ewe that we're going to leave in third. Interesting one here in 4. That's one that lots of things to like about her. Tremendous in terms of her shape, just with the cage, boldness of chest, big turn to her stifle and hind leg, huge shape all the way down her back. When you get her out here relative to the others, we can pick on her a little because she's not quite as fluid and flexible in terms of her hip and hind leg where she wants to get nickel straighter. She's not quite as shallow in terms of her body depth as a few in front of her, but I think a really high quality, super stout one that we're going to use in 4. Finally in 5, one that'll give us a really nice look when we get her on the side. Nice soft swoop to her underline. She's got some depth of flank. She's really trim. I appreciate that about her. Not quite as powerful when we study her from her last rib back to her tail as some of the others in class, but a very nice ewe lamb there also. Congratulate all these kids with a round of your applause.
Class 6 commercial ewes. Class 6 commercial ewes, first call. Results of Class 4 commercial ewe lambs. In 9th place, we had Megan Ritzloff from Live Oak County 4-H. 8th goes to Brady Brister from Denton County 4-H. 7th is Cambry Wasson from Plano FFA. 6th place is Cole Sufall from Freestone County 4-H. 5th place goes to Laura Sorensen from Harris County 4-H. 4th place is Conley Compton, Martins Mill FFA. In 3rd place, we have Kendall Harris from Deer Park FFA. 2nd place went to Daisy Tovar from Aubrey FFA. And your class winner was Karsten Stevenson from Wise County 4-H. Again, need Class 6 commercial ewe lambs. You're making your way to the make-ready pen. Also, another reminder, all commercial ewes should be clipped evenly to the skin from the knee and hock and above. Make sure if you have any belly wool you missed, go ahead and get that trimmed up. We are checking for that in the make-ready pen. We will allow you to go back and trim that off, but it's going to save you some time back and forth and stress going back and forth to the pins if you clip it off ahead of time. So make sure you're double checking for any belly or flank wool back in on those lambs' stomachs. We are checking for those in the make-ready pen. If y'all would put your hands together, let's congratulate these exhibitors on another high-quality class of commercial ewe lambs. Just another reminder, commercial ewe exhibitors, about clip. Make sure you got your lambs clipped evenly to the skin above the hock and knee. We are checking for belly wool, flank wool here in the make-ready pen. So if you've got some belly wool you actually missed, go ahead and grab a set of cordless clippers, get that touched up. We will give you the opportunity to go back and touch it up, but it's going to add some additional time and stress to your day. So go ahead and get that checked and trimmed off now, and they'll save yourself a little time later on in the day. Still missing a couple exhibitors out of Class 6 commercial ewe lambs. If you have a lamb in Class 6 commercial ewes, be making your way to Make Ready Pen, please.
Another excellent group. I really can't commend these young people enough at about the quality of the sheep that they're bringing out here. Again, there's some minor differences. I like to remind myself mentally to talk about how good I think they are at the top end, because once we work our way down into 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe make a comment about some of the others, we start to sound just a shade negative when we sort some of these shows. So I want to make sure I get that out on the front end. The ewe that wins the class, you may not EST her in just any particular places outside of the fact I'm pretty sure she's the best, at least for me. Tons of muscle, and that's a really unique kind of silhouette, ring presence, coloration, skin, the way she blends her pieces together, the proportions. I feel like she's got a proportional advantage over a few ewes that follow her. Just lots and lots of good things can be said about this female. When we study her relative to perhaps the one that's in second, I do think she's got an advantage in terms of the way that she proportions, maybe just a nickel more length than neck. I like her height at the top of her shoulder, both when they're the young ladies aren't bracing them, and then when they're walking, I like that she's just a nickel taller fronted. I understand she's maybe not perfectly relaxed in that shoulder, so we'll pay that price just a little bit, but I love her spine, I love her underline, I think her hip and hind leg is really, really nice, and along with it, when you study her relative to the others in terms of her shape, she's hands down the most consistent of the group in terms of having some cage, having some both forerib and center body, and then a tremendous shape just all the way down her back is wide, square. There aren't any places that she's extreme in any particular way. She's just got a really, really great shape for a high quality female all the way through. So I think when it comes down to it, the totals have me landing on that one in a class that I think is by far the highest quality and the most competitive we've had so far. Young lady's got a blue one here that's really, really cool, really unique. I love her underline, right? She's really cool about her chest, like her class winner, and then what she does so well is just the softness of flank, softness of belly. That paints a very cool picture from the side. When we get her propped up, she runs uphill. You love all those things about her. Dead level in her spine, cool hip and hind leg. Lots of good stuff can be said about this female. One of the consequences there is, though, if she's going to be that full and look that wild in her underline, we're committing some weight to that fill and to that underline relative to our class winner, who I feel like just has more width, squareness, and muscle dimension, particularly out over her loin edge. She's got an advantage in terms of length of hip, where I wish I could make the blue ewe and nickel longer from her hip back, maybe not quite as long from her armpit back to her flank, but I think a very, very high quality female there also. Young lady in 3's got an awfully good one too. As a breeder and someone that's trying to make these high-end show sheep, I often think about it like, well, what would you pay for that one if she were for sale, or how proud would you be if you were to raise that one? And the answer is really, really proud. I think that sheep is awfully good. Plenty of shape, lots of squareness, particularly from her shoulder back out over her loin edge. She's really good. You love the depth, the shape, and turn she's got to her stifle and lower leg. All really, really impressive. We get her out and move. Maybe gets just a nickel straighter, not quite as fluid as the ones we use in 1 and 2. She's maybe not quite as unique in terms of the way that she blends her neck into her shoulder. The biggest differences for me, though, over those class winners and this ewe that we're going to leave third is she's just a nickel more ordinary about her forerib shape. She's a little bit plainer at her pin set relative to those 2 in front of her, as well as this ewe that goes in 4. If you're looking to just take the widest, stoutest, most muscular one of the group, that's the sheep in 4th. Exceptional in terms of her width of cage, exceptional in terms of her width of chest, width of base, lots of muscle all the way down her back and from behind, tons of width in that ewe. When we compare her to a couple that I think are just a nickel sounder, just a nickel more unique in terms of their body depth and shoulder situation, she plays out to me in 4th. She's a little bit deeper in terms of her rib cage, a little bit more open in terms of the point of her shoulder, just a nickel straighter in terms of her hock and hind leg, but an exceptionally stout, very powerful, still pretty darn good built one there in 4. Finally, young lady in 5, I told her I like that sheep a bunch. I think she's very complete. I think she's high quality. She's getting to a point where she's maybe just a shade more mature than the other 4 relative to the group today. She's also maybe not quite as fresh, particularly in terms of her skin, her loin shape, and right there in terms of her pin set, she's not as big and open as a couple of the others, but a very high quality sheep. Really good ewe lambs all the way through. Give this group of kids a round of your applause.
Couple announcements, please, here for the Commercial Youth Show. We've had a couple of questions about divisions this year, and I know the rule book says that. I know that's new for this year, and so we do have that change and that correction to make for the show order. We apologize we didn't necessarily get it posted ahead of time here, but we will bring all of the first and second places back at the conclusion of the show here before we start our Grand Champion Drive. We'll do our divisions at that time. So Class 1 through 3 will be our lightweight division. Classes 4, 5, 6 is going to be our middleweight division, the ULAMs, and then 7 through 10 will be our heavyweights. So again, I know that's a change for this year. In addition, this year we've got some additional awards and recognition for these exhibitors since the show has grown. We're up again this year, which is exciting. So thank y'all for continuing to bring some additional animals, and this show keeps growing, getting bigger and bigger, better every year. And San Antonio's had the ability to increase some prizes and recognize these young individuals for their hard work. So a neat benefit, a neat addition this year. So again, we'll do division drives at the end, but before we have our Grand Champion Drive. Lightweight will be classes 1, 2, 3. Middleweight 4, 5, 6. 7 through 10 will be our heavyweight division for the ULAMs. If you have questions, please come up here. I know it's a little bit of a different change, but if you have questions, be patient with us. We'll work through this and get this new addition that into the show and moving forward for down the road as years to come as well too. We also need Class 7 commercial ewes be making your way to the Make Ready pen. Class 7 commercial ewes to the Make Ready pen. Again, another reminder, belly wool, please make sure you're getting that trimmed off before you come Make Ready pen. We are checking that in the Make Ready pen this year. Catch up here on some results. Class 5, ninth place goes to Aveda Grissom from Chapel Hill FFA. 8th place goes to Charlotte Ortega from Fort Bend County 4-H. 7th place goes to Kaylee Daniel from Fayette County 4-H. 6th place is Kaylee Mason from West Rusk FFA. 5th place goes to Alyssa Cavazos from San Perlita FFA. Fourth place, is Brendan Kennedy from Leon County 4-H. 3rd place is Claire Martin, Swisher County 4-H. 2nd place went to Bristol Fisher from Bell County 4-H, and your class winner was Bailey Dunlap from Runnels County 4-H. If you would, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young exhibitors as they head out the ring. They're a high quality, very challenging, deep class. Class 7 ewe lambs, Class 7 commercial ewe lambs. We're still missing one exhibitor. If you have a Class 7 commercial ewe lamb, please be making your way to the Make Ready pen.
Another very high quality group all the way through. I apologize. In the last round, I grabbed the last mic. I didn't think, or the other mic, I didn't think I could hear myself quite good enough. So if you didn't catch what you wanted to hear, I apologize. I think this is a really interesting class, and again, a really, really good group of high quality sheep. The longer we're out here, the more I gravitate to this young gentleman's ewe lamb that we're going to start the class with. The initial impression of her is that she's high quality, but there's a few things, particularly in her top line, where she's maybe not quite as smooth as a few of the others. Maybe her hind leg, if we don't have her braced just right, looks like it's going to be too straight. But I think when you get done sorting through the set, you watch them move, you watch them set up, and you study what their true, genuine shape are. This is the one that best fits me by a pretty good margin. I really appreciate how trim she is, right? Some of what you're seeing in terms of lighting, shadowing differences, or in terms of deviations in her spine, or just because she's not as fleshy as a number of these other ewes, right? So she's not going to always look quite as smooth. Along with that comes a bunch of muscle shape. She's extremely square all the way through, square at the ground, plenty wide at her base, really big and bold in terms of the shape she has, working all the way down her top. The biggest in terms of her pin set and at her loin edge of any of the ewes here we've got sorted out into the top 5. And so I think when you can do that and send her around the ring with her head held high and comfortable, although she's maybe just a nickel straighter than ideal, I still think she's plenty flexible, plenty fluid when she steps. That's a really nice place to start in a class at a commercial ewe show. The one that gives her a run for her money for me here is the one in second. This is the one that's really comfortable in terms of the way that she braces into this young lady. They get the weight distribution right. She's typically not overdriving her and she's got her hip down appropriately to make her look like that hind leg's got perhaps just a nickel more set than it does. She touches extremely fresh in terms of the shape she has all the way down her back. She does give up some in terms of just pin width and shape at her rump relative to the sheep that are both relative to the ewe lamb that we're going to start the class with, but you like her elevation of front end, the way she blends her parts together. I'd like to make her just a shot wider if we could from front to rear, but I think she's plenty wide enough to stay in the 2-hole among this group. Young lady's got a ewe lamb in third that's interesting to study. They've really got her filled nicely in terms of her flank and her underline, so we get her set up. She's got an advantage there for sure. One that when you study her coming and going, she's got as much or more base width as anything of the group. She's bold in terms of her forerib and center body. She's got an ample amount of shape, certainly right there behind her shoulder. She's really good in terms of the shape she has to her rack. She's all right when we get out toward the edges of her loin, but the longer we study the shape differences between some of them, she's not quite as big and expressive and bold as we work our way out toward her hip and tail. She's not quite as trim as either of those two ewe lambs that are going to go 1 and 3, but a very, very nice one there also. Young lady in 4's got one that's really bold, really dimensional, really muscular, very firm to the touch, all kinds of shape in this one. She sorts down for me because when we kick her in motion, it just kind of highlights the fact she's not tall enough fronted. She starts to run downhill a little bit, then you match them up here with the other high quality ewes. We need to add a shot more height relative to her length if we're going to move her higher in class. Finally, a young lady's got one in 5 that does the height just a nickel better. The price you pay then is you make that rib cage a shot more vertical. She's expressive in terms of the shape that she has, not quite as wide, bold, and dimensional in her rib, so I'm comfortable leaving her here in 5th today, but a very good group again all the way through. Put your hands together for this set of exhibitors.
Bringing you results of Class 6 commercial ewe lambs. In 9th place, we had Kimberly Coleman from McLennan County 4-H. 8th place went to Levi Rainey from Stevens County 4-H. 7 is Colson Owen from Guadalupe County 4-H. 6 went to Cole Suffolk from Freestone County 4-H. 5 went to Candace Nance from Montgomery County 4-H. 4th was Kason Wooten from Madison County 4-H. Third place goes to Madison Witt from Midlothian FFA. Second was Addison Coleman from McLennan County 4-H. And your class winner was Blaze Smith from Plano FFA. We now have Class 7 commercial ewe lambs in the ring. Looking for Class 8 commercial ewe lambs. Class 8 commercial ewe lambs. Attention in the commercial ewe barn. We are now calling Class 1 commercial, or Class 8 first call commercial ewe lambs. First call Class 8 commercial ewe lambs. Also, as a reminder, we just made the announcements a few minutes ago, but we did have the change this year, and we apologize for not getting announced sooner. But we are going to have divisions. We're going to do that at the conclusion of the show following the aged and two-tooth class. We'll bring all the ewe lambs back up, and we will do the division drives at that time. Lightweight division is Class 1 through 3. The middleweight division is 4 through 6. The heavyweights are classes 7 through 10. So, again, that was a change for this year. So, really excited. Numbers were up again. I think we're up at least 40 or 50 heads. So, the show continues to grow and allows us to do some additional recognition for these exhibitors. Got some additional prizes and rewards for them to honor their hard work this year. So, really exciting that San Antonio is able to add that addition this year. And also, just in case you're curious, we've been able to add that over in the commercial doe show as well, too. Both these shows have continued to grow over the last handful of years, and we really appreciate y'all's support to continue to bring livestock here, these high quality lambs and goats. Lots of hard work goes into that, and we're excited to be able to reward some additional prizes this year to these exhibitors with adding divisions in the commercial ewes and over in the commercial does as well, both. Another note as well, too, for the breeding sheep exhibitors. We've had several questions about lunch break and break in between the commercial ewe show and the registered sheep show. The game plan is we will start either at 1 o'clock following this show or 30 minutes upon the conclusion of the commercial ewe show. So we will start the registered breeding sheep junior show either at 1 o'clock or 30 minutes following the conclusion of the commercial ewe show. Again, junior registered sheep exhibitors, we will start your show either at 1 o'clock or 30 minutes following the conclusion of the commercial ewe show. We will show in the order as printed in the book: Southdown, Suffolk, Hampshire, Rambouillet, Dorper, and White Dorper. We will be breaking the Southdown ewe lamb class into 2 heats. We'll break that based on odd and even validation tag numbers, the last digit of your state validation number, odd and even. We'll break that into 2 heats. We'll bring the odd numbered Southdown ewe lambs first for the first heat. Evens will be in the second heat. sheep exhibitors. I know a couple of y'all said y'all have had a hard time hearing us back in the back of the barn. We're going to get the microphone turned up a little bit so maybe you can hear us a little better back there. But this is another note and reminder. We will start the registered breeding sheep show at the conclusion of our commercial show. So it'll be either 1 o'clock or 30 minutes following the conclusion of the commercial use show. Give everybody time to kind of get prepped and ready for that show. We will show in the book order, so Southdowns will go first. We will be breaking the Southdown ewe lambs by into 2 heats based on your state validation tag. Last digit of your tag, odds then evens. So we'll break the Southdown ewe lambs into 2 heats, odds then evens based on your state validation tag. And we will start that show at either 1 p.m. or the conclusion, 30 minutes following the conclusion of the commercial use. Class 8 commercial use, Class 8 commercial use, second call. Class 8 commercial use, second call. Those of y'all around the sheep ring, if you would, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young folks on another high-quality set of commercial ewes. Still missing one exhibitor out of Class 8. Need one exhibitor for Class 8 commercial ewes, please.
Again, a very nice, very highly competitive class as we go all the way through here. I've said it a couple of times. There's certainly a lot of different ways that you could move some of these things around. Young lady's ewe lamb to the right is just the one I'm the most comfortable with. I feel like she's got the least problems. She brings us a lot of width and shape. She paints a nice package when we get her set up in terms of her balance. So I really like her to start, and the longer we're out here, the more comfortable I am with that. Sure, she's not quite as tall-fronted, not quite as proud. She doesn't tie her neck just directly on top of her shoulder like a few others do through the lineup here, or maybe even some that we excused, might do that to an elite level. She necessarily doesn't, nor is she quite as smooth at the point of her shoulder or as immature as one in particular in this group, but I think she's all right there, and I think when we study the package, it comes together quite nicely. I appreciate the fact she can get out and move. She's comfortable in her stride. She's fluid. She takes a long enough stride for me, and then when we study that, that combination of having some look, having some flexibility, along with her base width, the body shape that she has, the muscle shape that she's got working all the way back, some squareness and some shape of dimension from behind, I think that ewe lamb's really, really nice. So congratulations to that young lady. And 2 is the other one in class to me that minus her hind leg, I think her build's all right. And she's the other one of this group that's got the right amount of shape and definition and does so relatively trim to this point. She props up nice up through her front end. She's got a big, bold shape right behind her shoulder. When we get her in motion, it exposes the fact that she's just not quite flexible enough and doesn't take a long enough stride, really off either ends, but particularly her hind leg gives me a shot of trouble. But still, I think a really nice three-dimensional ewe that we're going to use in 2. Young gentleman's ewe lamb in 3 is the one that's really sleek about her neck, really cool in terms of the neck placement, really corrected in terms of her spine. She can get out and move pretty darn well. When it comes right down to it, I'm not sure that she floats quite well enough and that she's quite as relaxed and sound enough in terms of her build to give up the kind of shape she does from behind, or particularly from her last rib out over her edges, and then her hook and pin's not as dimensional as these first 2. So I'm comfortable leaving her here in 3, calling her the one that's really unique and feminine about the way that she's made up front relative to this group of 5. Ultimately a very high caliber ewe there also. There's 1 in 4 that we can get high on. I like her weight distribution. I like the fact that she's got some flank and underline. She moves her hind leg better than the 1 for sure in 2, perhaps even better than our class winner. The problem there becomes, along with some extra width and girth, she's getting just a shade more mature. She's starting to pass quite a bit of flesh and on her, and so some of the extra girth and shape that you see is fat and feel rather than just a pure hard muscle shape like a couple in front of her have. So I'm comfortable with her there in 4th today. The really trim, really muscular, really wild caged one here is in 5. Ultimately, that's one I feel like you can move up here a good little ways if you want. At the end of the day, she is too straight, too restricted, too short out of her hip. When we go into motion, she just falls out pretty quickly for me. But there's certainly advantages that she has relative to the class with respect to her shape and her rib cage, lots of dimension. All the way through, again, another really, really nice class of commercial ewes. Congratulate these kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
results of Class 7 commercial ewe lambs. In ninth place, we had Cold Night from Bront FFA. Eighth place went to London Rochepat from Kendall County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Avery Walton, Eastland FFA. Sixth place was Braden Barone from Houston County 4-H. Fifth place was Cooper Collier, Martin County 4-H. Fourth place was Kenna Porter from Grandview FFA. Third place was Tanner Hawes from Falls City FFA. Second place goes to Haley Eichman from Canyon Lake FFA. And your class winner was Emma Neal from Leon County 4-H. Now have Class 8 in the show ring. Be calling first call, Class 9 commercial ewes. First call, Class 9 commercial ewes. First call, Class 9 commercial ewes. Another couple of reminders for our breeding sheep folks. Commercial ewes. Remember, another reminder, we are going to have 3 divisions selected here later in our commercial and the ewe lamb show. Additional opportunity for some additional recognition this year that San Antonio is able to provide as numbers have continued to grow. We will make that selection following the conclusion of the aged ewe class, so before our grand champion drive. We'll make that selection. So again, Class 1 through 3 will be your lightweight division. Classes 4 through 6 will be your medium weight division. And your heavyweight is Class 7 through 10. We will start the registered breeding sheep either at 1 p.m. or 30 minutes following the conclusion of the commercial ewes. 1 p.m. or 30 minutes following the completion of the commercial ewes. We'll start with the Southdowns. Southdown ewe lambs will break into heats. It's a very large class. We'll have the odds come first based on the last digit of your state validation tag. Odds then evens on the Southdown ewe lambs, 2 heats, based on the last digit of your state validation tag. We've got some young people that just exit the ring. If you would, let's put your hands together and pay them off. Another really high-quality, deep class, so lots of competition. Congratulations, young folks.
Wow, congratulations to these young people. This is a smoker of a class. My heart is literally racing. And it's just because every day you don't get in front of a group of forget the sheep, group of young people that have their stuff together, and they are doing an awesome job all the way through all these classes. They've busted their hump to get to this point so we can evaluate their sheep. If you would, put your hands together for all the kids that were through this class, because it's the biggest, the deepest, and the best that we've had so far. In particular, I think there's two extremely unique individuals at the top end of this class, and unfortunately for this young lady, there's one that's awfully nice that comes in third, just because she's maybe not quite as unique, but she's still extremely good. She still wins a number of the classes we've seen already today. So with that said, I'll tell you what I see as just the differences about them, or between them. The ewe we're going to start with, when it comes right down to it, I don't know that we've seen one that's built as just as nice as that one is, that can combine it with as much width, shape, just genuine base width, bold squareness of rib cage, and tremendous muscle shape blade to hip as we've seen so far. There are some places, and we'll visit about how maybe this ewe in second is better and really wild to her own degree. There's some places where you might like to change her, but I really feel like when we can get to that silhouette in combination with all the extra muscle shape and dimension that she has with the base on top of it, from someone that's been raising them for a minute now, I'll tell you that this one is extremely hard to create, right? She is not, admittedly, quite as cool shouldered, quite as just smooth in terms of that shoulder blade, maybe not quite as accurate in terms of her neck placement as this ewe that's going to be second. She also, you could ask her to be just a shade taller at the top of her shoulder, but I do really appreciate her length of body. While she's not as up fronted as the ewe that's second, she is extra long bodied, extra long hind saddled, longer loin, longer hipped, and still can match her in terms of the dimension that she has to her pins, and have an advantage in terms of the stifle and lower leg shape that she has. I love the fact that she's able to get around and go in motion. Is she the best one out or moving we've seen, or the best one in this class? Probably not, but because she's got so much width and muscle and can still do it really, really well, I'm comfortable starting her in this particular pair of extremely high quality ones. Young lady that's got 1 and 2 knows that thing is good, right? She was the last one in the ring. She was the only one that I sent to the scale when I verified that she's got the big kind of shape that we expect out of these show females. Terrific in terms of the shape, the placement of her neck up high, very smooth in terms of the shape that she has to her shoulder. Two of the things that I really, really love about this one is the way she blends that shoulder into her forerib, definitely an advantage over the class winner. And obviously, probably online and from the stands, you can see that really unique underline swoop that she's got. The extra flank depth, the extra softness to her underline are just the things that automatically in your head, you're like, ooh, I like that one a bunch. You go to touch her, she's extremely trim, really fresh, all the way down her back, surprisingly wide at her, surprisingly square at her edges, really, really big in terms of her pin set. So awfully high caliber. The difference is, as I see it, she's not quite as bold about her chest and opened up in her skeleton as our class winner. I wish she had just a shot more shape and dimension down through the lower part of her stifle, similar to the way our class winner does. Ultimately, I wish she'd get out and go and show off that same kind of presence that she has standing still, but she's not quite one to flex and reach with her hind legs, so she's wanting to keep a little bit of a rise in her spine as she travels, but very, very small criticisms of one that's absolutely a high-quality individual. Young lady's got one here in 3 that paints just a great silhouette. You want to talk about one that's long and thin-necked, really comfortable with the placement on top of her blade. She can get into that sheep and gets the same kind of profile we get when she's set up as when she's in motion, because she's so flexible and comfortable, not only up front, but the way that she utilizes her hind legs. She's really, really unique in terms of the way that she's made from that standpoint. when it comes right down to it, she's just not as busted open. She's not as big and just impressive in terms of the shape that she has relative to these first two. I wouldn't argue with anybody that says she's got plenty, because she certainly does. She's extremely high caliber. That's why she's up to this point. For me today, she's not quite as special in that regard in terms of her width and shape relative to the two we're going to use in front of her, so I'm comfortable with her in third. There is one that's a little extra bold-chested and bold-caged coming in 4. You love those things about her. Just huge, huge shape to her, the barrel of her chest. Really big in terms of her center body. Extremely fresh and crisp and dimensional in the way that she handles from her shoulder back to her loin. Extremely impressive. One of the best that we've seen today. With respect to her shape, she doesn't carry that same just width and squareness from her hip back. Her hip gets just a nickel shorter. As you can maybe see, she's not quite as youthful, not quite as immature, not quite as shallow about the floor of her chest and the base of her shoulder as a couple other ones. But that's a really, really good ewe lamb. We're going to leave 4th. Finally, young lady's got one here in 5, the blue ewe that's really tall fronted, really good in terms of her line. She gets her out and moves very nicely with plenty of flex off both ends. On top of that, she's got the right kind of square shape working down her back and out of her pins. I wish we could make her just a little bit bolder about her chest and cage in order to match some of the width and squareness that we have in these sheep in front of her. She's not quite as wide as at her base and impressive when we study her just general openness of structure as a few in front of her, but a really, really high caliber individual there. We move down into 6, 7, 8, 9. These are all really good show sheep. You guys know that. I hope you've had a lot of success with them. I hope you can continue to show them if possible. Put your hands together one more time for this group of young people. Congratulations.
Results of Class 8 commercial ewe lambs. In 10th place, we had Caden Rawls from Gregory Portland FFA. 9th place goes to Kylie Locke from West Rusk FFA. 7th place goes to Alexandria Holy from McLennan County 4-H. 6th place goes to Addison Deer, Ponder FFA. 5th place is Bailey Dunlap, Runnels County 4-H. 4th place is Madeline Addington, Wise County 4-H. 3rd was Lissa Vick from Cypress Ranch FFA. 2nd place goes to Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. And your class winner was Stetton Silvers from Junction FFA. We're now ready for Class 9 as entering the ring. Class 10 commercial ewes, first call. Class 10 commercial ewes, Class 10 commercial ewe lambs. First call, Class 10 commercial ewe lambs. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these young folks as they're making the lap around the ring here, exiting another high-quality set of sheep. Extremely competitive, deep class. Congratulations, guys. Final call, Class 10 commercial ewe lambs. Final call, Class 10 commercial ewe lambs. We're missing one entry. We're getting close to your class. Final call, Class 10 commercial ewe lambs. Missing one entry.
Another really just excellent group all the way through, and when we get down to the end here, there's two of them that I dig just a whole big bunch. I told the young people if I were even just a little bit smarter, boy, this would maybe not quite take so long, but I think both of these are certainly worthy of us taking a couple extra minutes, ewe lambs that we really need to appreciate. The differences as I see them. The young ladies' ewe lamb we're going to start with, we're getting to a weight, right, where lots of these ewes are big and stout. Plenty of them have all kinds of muscle, and we're more apt to dismiss the ones that aren't quite as good in their build or quite as good in their proportions. Young lady, those are the things that I really like about your sheep. That's the tall-chested, long-necked, high-fronted one that's really blends her pieces together extremely well. Her length of cannon, length of neck, length of body, height at the top of her shoulder, length of hip, all paint just a really excellent picture. When you study her with respect to her shape, while she isn't maybe quite as just bold in terms of her forerib as that you were going to use in second, or quite as just wild and dimensional in terms of her stifle and lower leg as the ewe that we're going to use third. She's got a really nice shape all the way through, crisp, square, fresh, really, really nice to the touch. With respect to the ewe that we're going to use in second today, I just like a shade more of that up-frontedness. I really appreciate some extra length of hip and probably a hind leg that's set with just a touch more set, helps her get out and go and really push off that hind leg in a way that I appreciate. Two very, very high quality individuals at the top of this class. Young man's has an advantage in terms of maybe just a longer, sleeker neck that's positioned correctly right at the top of her blade. This is a sheep that's really, really good in terms of her skin, great color, all those things attract you to her right out of the gate. She's comfortable when she travels around, plenty loose and flexible in her spine, and along with it, like I said about the class winner, she is not one that you're going to EST in terms of just having the most shape anywhere, but she's got plenty. She's really good in terms of the shape to her rack. Very nice out over her loin edge, maybe not quite as just big and square from hook to pin as a couple of the others, maybe just a shade shorter in terms of her hip length, just a nickel straighter in that hind leg relative to the class winner, but I wouldn't argue with you long if you tell me that's the one of the pair that you like the best. Young gentleman that comes third's got a ewe lamb that you appreciate just in terms of raw shape. Huge backed, really big ended, deep twist, really big stifle. You like all those things about her. When we get her stuck, the hind leg position is good. When we get her in motion, of the three, she's the one that doesn't stride quite as fluidly. She's just a nickel straighter in her shoulder. On top of that, she's maybe not quite assembled as well in terms of the front end design, where she's a nickel straighter. Her neck's ties are a little bit lower. Her forerib shape isn't quite as unique and robust as that ewe in front of her, so I'm comfortable there with her in third. Young gentleman's got a wide base, big caged one that brings us in four, tremendous in terms of her length of body, very good and square all the way down her hip, or down her back. Plenty of shape from behind, one that balances up very nice. If we talk about her just as an individual, she's got plenty of depth of flank, really good in terms of her underline, one that's maybe just getting a little bit heavier in her condition as we get to higher weights, one that's not quite as unique about the shoulder shape, neck shape, or femininity as the couple that are in front of her. There is one out here in 5 that's really unique again in terms of the height at the top of her blade, neck length, smoothness through that front third of her body. You really appreciate those things about her. Hip and hind leg are ideally like they're like you would draw one. When you go to touch her, you appreciate the fact that she's square and dimensional out until about her last rib. I'd like to add a shot more just squareness to her loin shape, maybe make her a little bit bigger ended, and ultimately she's a nickel heavier condition than I expected, so truly I don't think she's quite as wolfy and shapely as the ones we've got in front of us. Really nice group all the way through. One more round of applause for a great set of young people. Good job, guys. Really nice sheep. Good job, buddy. Thank you. Good work. Good work. Way to go. Good work. Good job. Way to go. Thank you.
Results of Class 9 Commercial ewe lambs. In 10th place was Kylie Nugent from McLennan County 4-H. 9th place goes to Taylor Breedlove from Fort Bend County 4-H. 8th place, Aniston Mushinsky from Bridgeland FFA. 7th place is Evelyn McCormick, Cooper Lubbock FFA. 6th place is Madison Sharpton, Iola FFA. 5th place is Morgan Hernandez from Hayes County 4-H. 4th place is James Schultz from Guadalupe County 4-H. 3rd is Brady Brister from Denton County 4-H. 2nd place was Powell Moore from Tom Green County 4-H. And your Class 1 or Class 9 was Daisy Tovar from Aubrey FFA. Now ready for Class 10 Commercial ewe lambs. Be our first call for Class 11. First call, Class 11. The first call, Class 11, for our two-tooth and mature aged commercial ewes. Class 11, two-tooth aged commercial ewes. First call. If you would, let's put our hands together and pay off the exhibitors as they're exiting the ring. Another really competitive, deep class. Lots of high-quality sheep today. Attention commercial ewe and registered breeding sheep exhibitors. A couple of reminders for the schedule for the rest of the day. Once we finish up Class 11 commercial ewes here in a little bit, we'll bring everybody back up. We'll have our 3 ewe lamb division drives, and then we'll roll right into the overall grand commercial ewe drive after that. We will do our Southdown breeding sheep show. Will be our first registered sheep show this afternoon. As we announced earlier, we'll start that at either 1 p.m. or 30 minutes following the conclusion of the commercial ewes. We will start with the ewe lambs and Southdown ewe lambs. We will break that class into heats, odd tag numbered based on your state validation tags. The last digit will be heat 1, followed by the even numbers.
Another very high quality, very, very good, very deep class of females to sort. And undoubtedly there are young people here standing directly in front of me that didn't do as well as they wanted, and I don't blame them. They've brought really, really good sheep to the show. And today, for some reason or another, I liked a couple better than the ones that they brought. But hats off to everybody that's bringing some extremely high caliber sheep out here. I think it gets really close. I think we've got some very, very high-end ones to talk about. There's two in particular that I think when it comes right down to it, where you just have to make a decision on. Do you like just the extra size, femininity, smoothness to the front third of this one's body in order to beat the one that of the entire class, in my estimation, is the widest, the boldest, the biggest in her chest, and the most impressive from behind? Certainly I don't, take nothing away from any of these kids and the high quality critters they brought out. To me, the young lady said, this told me what he weighs, and I just think, or she weighs, excuse me, and I think when we're pushing that kind of size, for her to still be that well put together, that square and dimensional and crisp all the way down her back, still impressive and bold from behind to go along with the same uphill, soft underline, great spine, cool hind leg silhouette, despite what they weigh. That's impressive. And I ultimately think that she is bold enough, she is opened up enough in her cage, and she is stout enough to go ahead and use to win this class, because the ultimate decision then is my second favorite here in 2, where you might want to change some things about her her armpit, lower shoulder area, where she's not quite as unique as a few of these other ones, but what you want to talk about, one that's wide, bold, open, big caged, huge center bodied, great flanked, and still get around the ring with a cool hip and hind leg and a ton of dimension. That's your girl. That's where she's at. I really appreciate both those individuals. Think they're super, super high end, and congratulate those young people for bringing them out. There's a really cool looking, firm, square touching blue one that goes third. Similar in terms of her build to our class winner. When it comes right down to it, I think she gives up some in terms of her loin shape, and right there out of her tail, she's maybe not quite as unique as those first two, just in terms of her depth of body, roundness of forerib. But from a two-dimensional standpoint, that was extremely cool to look at, really fresh to the touch. Young lady's done a very, very nice job out here. We get into 4 with one that's a little bit more dimensional, a little bit wider about her base, a little bit bigger and bolder in terms of her center than the 1 and 3. You like all those things about her, big and fresh in terms of the way that she handles. When it comes down to it, these other ewes are just a little more impressive in terms of their underline balance. They've got just a shade more set to their hind leg, which in my estimation makes them more ideal when they get around the ring, with a shot more length and levelness to their hind leg, but a really stout made, barrel-chested, good handling one, though. There goes in 4. The 5th at ewe lamb, I like her quite a bit. You start studying her different angles, from the corner view, from the 3/4 view, and when you're right behind her, you love her a bunch. She's round, square, really bold in terms of that center rib shape, extremely fresh and square all the way down her back. It doesn't help her that she didn't want to get around and move like the other ones today, just not quite as comfortable on the go. On top of it, you could argue her neck needs to be set just a nickel higher. Maybe she's not quite as proportional in terms of her length versus height relationship as a few others, but a really high caliber one there too. Congratulations to the kids all the way through this group, an excellent set of show sheep.
Results of Class 10 commercial ewe lambs. In ninth place, we had Sexton Brigham from Keller CTFFA. In 10th place, we had Addison Coleman from McLennan County 4-H. Jumping back over to 8th place was Sutton McMahon, from Coleman County 4-H. 7th was Staten Silvers from Junction FFA. 6th was Grady Miles, Highland FFA. 5th place was Bristol Fisher, Bell County 4-H. 4th place was Amy Moore from Tom Green County 4-H. 3rd place was Brooke Lacasio from Huffman FFA. 2nd place was James Schultz from Guadalupe County 4-H. And your class winner was Fallon Hetfield from Cal Allen FFA. We now have Class 11 in the ring. Our two-tooth and aged ewes will be our first call for all of our first and second place class winners out of our ewe lamb show to please be making their way back to the make ready pen. Need all of our first and second place class winners and second place winners out of our ewe lamb show to be making your way back to the make ready pen. First and second commercial ewe lambs back to the make ready pen, please. If you would, let's put our hands together and congratulate the exhibitors as they're exiting the ring. We need the first and second place Class 3 commercial ewe lambs back to the make ready pen. First, second place Class 3 commercial ewe lambs.
I think two really, really high caliber yearlings or two-tooth ewes to start with within this class, and truthfully, I think it's very, very close. What it comes down to for me is if we're going to look at them as ewes that are more advanced in their age, there's the one I use second might win the weather show today, right? But there's some elements of what this first one does well that to me represent where she's at in her age, femininity, and things like that, just a nickel better. She in particular is just more sleek, more feminine, more attractive through her neck shape, her front end assembly, the way she lays that into her shoulder, the smoothness to her shoulder and its contour into a bigger, bolder forerib, one that's softer in terms of her underline, certainly, just bigger and bolder in terms of her center body shape. Both the ewes handle great for where they're at in terms of age. They're very trim. They're very expressive in their muscularity. Yes, the ewe in second probably does have a shot more muscle shape when we study her out towards her tail and down toward the lower part of her stifle and leg. She also probably has just a more ideal set to her hind leg than our class winner. That's where I'd probably like to change her the most. But I'm going to opt for the extra body shape, femininity, and smoothness we find in that class winner. The young lady's big-legged, cool-looking blue one we're going to use second. You really appreciate for all the terminal shape that she has. Fresh to the touch. She's done a great job of keeping this one together to this point. When it comes right down to it, like I discussed, I'd like to change her neck-shoulder transition just a touch and ultimately just add a shot more fill and flank and a more maternal look than what we have today, but ultimately a super, super pair of females to start this group. Young gentleman's got a big muscled, bold-ribbed, high-quality one we're going to use third. Gets a little bit too coarse, maybe about her shoulder. Gets a little bit more plain in terms of her neck set, but very square and rugged from behind. Young lady that comes fourth has got one that does her front end skeleton quite a bit better in terms of attractiveness, smoothness. She's really good in terms of her flank and underline, just not quite the same muscle shape as that one that directly in front of her, much less the two that we're going to use to win the class. And finally in fifth, another one that's really feminine, really smooth, late maturing kind of sheep, tremendous length of body, good length of spine. We could free her up on her hind leg just a nickel, add a shot more muscle mass. But I commend all the kids for coming out with this group. Congratulations, another nice set of females.
Give you the results of Class 11, our two-tooth slash aged U class, commercial U class. In fifth place, we have Kathleen Dixon from Williamson County 4-H. Fourth place was Haley Ackman from Canyon Lake FFA. Third place was Mason Sharpton from Iowa FFA. Second goes to Caitlin Etheridge from Cooper Lubbock FFA. And your class winner was Emerson Garner from Leonard FFA. We're getting organized here for our ULAM division drives. Again, we're going to have 3 divisions. Lightweight is classes 1 through 3. Middleweight is classes 4 through 6. And your heavyweight division will be classes 7 through 10. I know it's a little bit of a change this year and a little different pattern here, but we're kind of working through these new changes, adjustments as the shows have grown this year over the last few years. San Antonio has worked to find some additional recognition and rewards for these young exhibitors. So really appreciate their efforts to go to bat to find more opportunities for these kids. And so we're going to take some additional time here to recognize these folks, if you will, those y'all around. As you see some of the executive committee members, you see the folks that have the San Antonio volunteer badges on. Please make sure and thank them. Now, a lot of these folks take time off from work to come out here and help put this show on. purely volunteer. They're giving up their vacation time with their families to be here to help your families as well too, and help raise money to support these kids, both in the awards, the scholarships, all those things that make San Antonio unique. So please, if you see those folks, stick out your hand, tell them thank you, and appreciate what they do to help us put on this show. Southdown breeding, registered breeding exhibitors, we will start your show 30 minutes upon the conclusion of the commercial use show. I know we've had lots of questions about that. I know we announced 1 p.m. or 30 minutes following commercial use. Seeing how it's already 1:15, we'll obviously have at least a 30-minute break there to get y'all time to get us swapped around, books adjusted. We were at the pen down, and start your show 30 minutes upon the conclusion of our commercial use show here. Again, Southdown exhibitors, we will be showing the ewe lamb class in 2 heats. We've got, I think, 80 plus head in that class, a very large class this year. So we will show the odd numbered Southdown ewe lambs first. That's based on the last digit of your state validation tag. Odd numbered state validated tags will come first in the Southdown ewes, followed by the evens.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
We're now ready to start our division drives in our commercial ewe lamb show. Again, really excited. We're unpacking some of the awards up here, so I think young folks and families that are recipients of these awards are going to be super excited with this edition this year. I know the folks here at San Antonio, the executive committees and staff members have worked hard to continue to make this show better and better and better, and y'all coming here every year and expanding the numbers, and the sheep show and the goat show both are what's driving, helping us drive that additional recognition as well too. So thank you to the families for coming and showing at San Antonio, and thank you to the staff and executive members of the committees here for what they do to help support our kids. And so we're going to introduce, without further ado, our lightweight division contenders here. Coming out of Class 1 commercial ewes, our class winner was Mr. Hunter Isaacs from Freestone County 4-H. And it's okay, y'all can clap for him, it's fine. Laurel Frenzel out of class number 2, Lavernia FFA. And our class 3 winner was Karsten Stevenson from Wise County 4-H. Second place out of class 1 was Abby Stroman, Lavernia FFA. Second place out of class 2 was Brooke Garms from Clear Creek FFA. And then your second place out of class 3 was Abigail Owen from Guadalupe County 4-H. So congratulations to all 6 of y'all. We'll get you a lightweight division champion here shortly.
I was both relieved and excited when I briefly overheard an announcement about adding some weight divisions to this tribe, because I think it's so cool to bring these sheep back out here relative to the class winners, relative to each other in terms of their weight. I remember watching at home, previous years and thinking, boy, you bring 8, 10, 12 of those class winners out here, it gets a little more challenging to see. It's certainly more challenging to get the right kind of views, when we're videoing. This way everybody can see these things, and more importantly, we can recognize the young people that have brought some exceptional sheep to the San Antonio this week. If you would, put your hands together for the individuals out here. The other brief comment that I've made, maybe as we get into the heavier weights, we'll talk maybe the sheep just a nickel more. But about this group in particular, we got through class 3, and from what I had seen to that point, for anybody that judges, in a show, you want to find some you really like, right? Because at the end of the day, we're going to give some big awards. There's all the pomp and circumstance, so you hope when you get there to the finish line that you've got some that you really, really appreciate, you genuinely think are super high caliber individuals. And we had gotten to class 3 today, and there's still 3 of them out here that I'd be just fine using all the way at the end, right? So take that for what it's worth. There's lots and lots of good sheep through all the classes today, and some phenomenal class winners we're going to look at. But there were some really, really high caliber ones that made me very happy coming out of the classes here. So with that said, I'm going to go congratulate the exhibitor with the champion lightweight commercial ewe. One more time, put your hands together for this set of young people.
Congratulations to our lightweight division champions. Champion came out of class number 3, Karsten Stevenson, and our reserve came out of class 1, Mr. Hunter Isaacs. We're now ready to move into our middleweight, medium weight division commercial ewes. Coming out of class number 4 was Karsten Stevenson from Wise County 4-H. Class 5 was Bailey Dunlap from Runnels County 4-H. And your class winner out of class number 6 was Blaze Smith from Plano FFA. Seconds out of class number 4, second was Daisy Tovar from Aubrey FFA. Second out of class number 5 was Bristol Fisher from Bell County 4-H. And your second place out of class 6 was Addison Coleman from McLennan County 4-H.
I'd echo the comments from that lightweight division. You know, as you work your way through some of these classes and you're remembering favorites along the way, it's really, really fun to bring them out, even in these small groups, and compare them from one and another to see if you remember them accurately, to see, you know, ultimately if you were on in terms with your appraisal the first time. I think there's 3 very, very nice class winners here, 3 really excellent second place sheep, young gentlemen that ended up winning that lightweight division. Brings us another one whose posture is just really cool. As soon as she hits the gate, she's the high-headed, fluid-moving, attractive kind of ewe with a great underline to balance things off. The question you have to answer, I'm working on answering, is where does she rack relative to some of these others, just in terms of pure shape, particularly down her top side? Does she match some of the others that we have out here in the ring currently? Young lady's got another one that as soon as you get your eyes on this one, she's appealing, right? Tall, smooth, really correct in terms of her spine. You like the way she operates her hip and hind leg. Her shape is impressive, barrel caged. You know, yeah, she's maybe not quite as fluid, maybe just a nickel straight out of her shoulder. That's an advantage that the second place sheep had out of that class. And ultimately the class winner wins because of the way that she uses that hind leg. I really appreciate her steel, tons of shape, I feel like an appropriate amount of condition, and really, really a not well presented package. Young gentleman coming out of class 3 is the one, the big boned, real square made, just ultra crisp touching kind of ewe lamb that we ended up using out of that drive. You appreciate her steel. You really love the way that she's both up in terms of her size, correct in terms of her length and height relationship, and tremendously square and dimensional. When it comes right down to it, is she quite as smooth? Does he have quite the same show ring presence as a few of the others out here? Well, that's what we're going to have to answer going forward. Second place out of that lighter weight class, just a tremendous body shape, bold, wide base, bold chest, tremendous amount of body depth, flank line. All of that balances very nicely in terms of her weight distribution. With a big, powerful hind leg, maybe not quite as unique to her shoulder and chest as a few other ones out here, but it's certainly a high caliber individual. Silver ewe that goes second in our second class of this drive is the one that's really wild in terms of her underline, really correct in terms of that neck placement that gives you just a cool silhouette as we kick her around. She's maybe not quite as expressive, particularly from her last rib back towards her tail as a couple other ones in the group, but because she's so striking and so unique in her underline shape, certainly one that needs to be in discussion among this crew. And finally, the second place heavyweight sheep, a ewe lamb that I feel like you need to answer. Is she quite as wide? Is she quite as opened up? Is she as big ribbed as some of the other ones out here? She's certainly big enough to be, in the group and receive some high praise. You love how tall fronted she is. She's immaculate in the way she touches blade to hip. So 6 really, really, really high caliber individuals. If you would one more time, put your hands together. We'll find a champion reserve from the middleweight drive.
Congratulations to our medium weight division champion, reserve division commercial ewe lambs. Champion goes to Bailey Dunlap out of class 5. Your reserve division champion also came out of class 5, Miss Bristol Fisher. Congratulations to both of you. We're now ready for our heavyweight division drive. Had 4 classes in this division. Coming out of class 7, your class winner was Emma Neal from Leon County 4-H. Class 8 was Stanton Silvers from Junction FFA. Your Class 9 winner was Daisy Tovar from Aubrey FFA. And your Class 10 winner was Fallon Hetfield from Cal Allen FFA. Your seconds out of class number 7, second place was Haley Eichman, Canyon Lake FFA. Class number 8, second place went to Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. Class number 9, second place was Powell Moore, Tom Green, County 4-H. And out of class 10, your second place was James Schultz from Guadalupe County 4-H.
Boy, again, if I'd ask you to put your hands together for this heavyweight division drive. All these young people have done a terrific job. This is an awesome set of commercial ewes, and whether you've liked how I've lined them up throughout the day, whether these are the 8 that you would have come up with out of a very, very thick heavyweight division, I don't know what else to say. There's certainly lots of good sheep back in the barn, but I'm absolutely thrilled with the ones that we brought out here to consider for Champion Reserve Heavyweight. And I knew in particular that this drive, because of these class winners and second place sheep, was going to be extremely competitive and probably the closest decision that we've made to this point. I'll just visit briefly about what I saw again. Young lady that comes out of Class 1 has got just a really bold-bodied, wide-structured, fresh-touching, fresh-handling, super muscular ewe lamb that wins that drive. She's really good and fresh in terms of the way that she handles, terrific in terms of her skin. You get her back out here. We talked about her neck set issue. Now she's getting a little bit worn out in terms of her hip and hind leg placement. Things to weigh in when we go to select the top ones out of this drive. Similar things can be said about that second place sheep. Extremely muscular, props up nice. We talked about her hind leg in class, maybe not quite good enough to win, but we get her back out here. You certainly appreciate the bold shape, in particular the shape she has from behind is very, very impressive. That really close decision coming out of the second group here in this heavy division. I still like both of those ewe lambs a ton. There's still freak cool pieces about both of them, but their totals come together and I think make some exceptional high caliber show sheep. The ewe lamb here that wins is really radical in terms of her cage, her muscle, and her proportions. I think are just so unique in terms of the way that she's got width all the way through, width from the ground all the way to her top side. She's extremely trim, really crisp and firm to the touch. She does that at a small price, right? She's maybe just a nickel more open in terms of the point of her shoulder. She maybe wants to get a nickel knock-knee in terms of you study her front leg construction. But again, it comes with a whole bunch of muscle and a whole bunch of shape, and we still prop her up, and she looks as good as anything else out here. The second one in that class, just an elegant, beautiful construction to the front third of her body, blends all those pieces so well together like we talked in class. Tremendous underline, tremendous rib cage, extremely fresh, high cutability. Both of these sheep, I feel like, are at a weight that I really appreciate. They hit it right in terms of not being prospecty at all, but still being really fresh and trim and muscular, so I appreciate that about him. That ewe lamb doesn't want to move just ideally in terms of her hind leg position today, but still one that's exceptionally impressive in terms of her loin shape, pin set, for as unique as she is from the side. I can still really get behind the class winner out of Division 3, right? Two-dimensionally, she's just made extremely good. Propped up right like she needs to be. Her proportions in terms of neck length, length of body, length of hip, length of cannon, and the way her hip and hind leg works are all really nice. And for one that's designed that well and is that good structured and that big-footed, you really appreciate that she still does have some mass and width and squareness along with it. Now the question that we need to answer is relative to a couple others out here. Does she have the same amount of shape? Is her shape as impressive as maybe the second place sheep in the last class? We talked about it being a very close decision in that class also. She's really unique from the side and great built, so we're trying to answer that particular question. Similar things might be said for this class winner out of the heavyweight drive. I went back and asked the young lady, what does she weigh exactly, because she's really well put together for one that's that big and that heavy. Two-dimensionally, she's tremendous in terms of neck set, smoothness of shape, the shape to her shoulder, the way it blends into her four-rib, hip and hind leg is all really nice. You touch her and they've got her dialed in today. Now we start to take some age off, maybe just a little bit of body condition off of her. Is she quite as shapely and massive as some of these other ones in the lighter weight divisions? Maybe not. Does she have enough to win this particular drive? Potentially. I think a really good sheep in her own right. The one that is really massive, really busted open, and really shapely is the young gentleman's second place sheep from that heavy division. Super big and bold about her chest, huge caged, and probably as good as anything we have out here in terms of the way she handles from blade to hip. Not quite as unique in terms of the way that she looks as a couple of these other class winners, but certainly one that needs to be commended. So if you would, while I go look at them one more time, put your hands together. Terrific set of sheep, terrific set of young people. It's really been a pleasure to work through these classes.
Congratulations to our heavyweight commercial ewe lamb division winners. Your champion came out of class number 8, Stanton Silvers from Junction FFA. And your reserve champion also came out of class number 8, Miss Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. We're now ready for our overall commercial ewe champion drive. We'll get everybody lined up back here in the back. We're going to introduce you to our division winners and mature ewe winner as well. And we'll get you a overall champion selected here shortly. We are now ready for our overall commercial champion ewe drive. Here coming out of our lightweight division, we just selected shortly ago. Class 3 was your lightweight division champion, Karsten Stevenson. Middleweight champion came out of class number 5, Miss Bailey Dunlap. Your heavyweight champion was Stanton Silvers. And then out of our two-tooth age class was Emerson Garner, from Leonard FFA. Lightweight reserve champion came out of class 1, Hunter Isaacs. Medium weight reserve champion came out of class number 5, Bristol Fisher. Your heavyweight division reserve champion came out of class number 8, Avery Walton. And then our two-tooth mature ewe, second place was Caselyn Etheridge. While our judge is working through our champion drive here, I'd like to reintroduce him, and then we'll also have our executive committee say a few words to recognize these exhibitors and get ready for some scholarship presentations as well too. So we had Mr. Joe Hobbs sorting our commercial ewes today from Newton, Kansas. Joe is owner and shepherd at Hobbs Show Lambs there along with his wife Megan. Joe had earned his BS in animal science from Iowa State University, where he was a member of the reserve national champion livestock judging team back in 2001. Joe and Megan have had the opportunity and privilege to raise champion market lambs and commercial ewes at all levels of competition across the nation. And they thoroughly enjoy working with families and livestock exhibitors across the country. And we really appreciate Joe taking time out to come down here and sort through our stock. Traveling down some warmer weather from Kansas, I'm sure is a benefit as well too, as long as he keeps it up there and does not bring it back down here for the rest of our winter. He can keep that cold weather up north, but might be a little cooler. But at this time, we'll get our executive committee members would like to say a few words. There she is, stuck around behind me here.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 76th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Nadine Kale, and I'm proud to be a volunteer with the Livestock Committee. We want to congratulate all our exhibitors for their efforts and achievements. We also wish to thank the parents, family members, educators, advisors who give so much of their time to support these young people. Our mission is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. Because of the dedication and efforts, over 6,000 volunteers, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is able to provide financial support to Texas youth. To date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo's educational commitment totals more than $276 million. More than 19,000 students are impacted annually to further their educational and agricultural goals. The funds are raised through rodeo and other annual events and are awarded in the form of scholarships, grants, endowments, auction proceeds, calf scramble certificates, and show premiums. We currently have all 254 Texas counties represented through this program, and approximately 1,500 active scholars are attending Texas colleges and universities. Let's please give our exhibitors, parents, county extension agents, ag teachers a round of applause for all their hard work. I will now hand it back to David Roper, one of our show superintendents, and we'll continue with this scholarship presentation.
Well, my experience here in San Antonio has been just an absolute pleasure to this point. Lots and lots of that is because of the show committee. Here in the sheep ring's done a terrific job. I really appreciate sincerely the invitation to come and work through this set of extremely high caliber females. I don't think there's any doubt it's absolutely one of the best shows that I've ever had the opportunity to sort, and I'm not one that does a great job of showing emotion. I don't emote very well on a day-to-day basis, so while I'm out here focusing, just trying to do it excuse me, as well as I can, and trying to get you an accurate description of the sheep and thought process behind my decision making. A lot of it gets serious, and it's hard to say other than just come out and say thank you very much for the opportunity. I really am having a great time despite a lot of eyebrow clenching and what have you. And most of what makes it terrific is not only a really high caliber set of sheep, but all of these young people that have been through the ring to this point today. Please put your hands together if you're ringside. Tell them that they did a terrific job. They've been an absolute pleasure to work with. With that being said, we're not going to rehash all the division winners. I've tried to discuss in detail the things that I see about them and the decision making that has to go to get to this point. When it comes right down to it, these 8 I think are awfully good, and in particular the 4 right in the middle there I think are excellent show sheep. We're going to select a grand champion and then pull the second place from that, or the reserve from that division in. Take a look at it for reserve. If you would, put your hands together one more time for everybody involved exhibiting today. It's really been a fantastic morning and now early afternoon.
Congratulations to our overall champion, Commercial Ewes. Stanton Silvers brings you your champion out of our heavyweight division. And Avery Walton has your reserve champion overall, also out of our heavyweight ULAM division. So congratulations to both of y'all. Southdown registered breeding sheep exhibitors. We will start your show at 3 o'clock. Southdown registered breeding sheep exhibitors, 3 o'clock. Ewe lambs, Southdown ewe lambs. We will break your class into 2 heats, odd numbered, based on the last digit of your state validation tag. Will come first, odd then even. Southdown ewe lambs at 3 o'clock. We are checking odd-numbered Southdown ewe lambs in. Odd-numbered Southdown ewe lambs. Please be making your way to the make-ready pen. Odd-numbered Southdown ewe lambs. We're still missing one entry for our Southdown ewe lamb, odd numbers. We are about to start the show. Exhibitor from Cross Plains, we're missing your Southdown odd numbered ewe lamb. Please make your way this way. Even numbered Southdown ewe lambs. Even numbered Southdown ewe lambs. Be making your way to the make ready pen. Even numbered Southdown ewe lambs. Well, good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to our Junior Breeding Sheep Show this afternoon. I know it's been a long day so far. We've had some high-quality sheep we've looked through, and we're excited to get back over here on the register side of things and starting off with a really big Southdown ewe lamb class. And as we kind of get rolling, I'd like to take a minute here and introduce our judge for this afternoon and to the evening here. I'd like to welcome back Mr. Charles Seidensticker. He's back with us again this year. He was with us last year, sorted some of our stock for us, and got him to volunteer to come back and help us out again this year. So Charles lives in Comfort, Texas, and he works for Linder Feed. He's a proud graduate of Angelo State University, and in his spare time and his second full-time job, as many as you well know, they raise some sheep and goats there at the 5x5 Riverbend Ranch, where he's a part owner of the family operation. Charles has been lucky enough to judge sheep and goat shows across the country and abroad, and so certainly our talent level for evaluation this afternoon has maintained its a level there in terms of eliteness. So glad to have him back here sorting. And Charles' spare time, he enjoys everything around evaluating livestock and helping individuals, youth individuals, learn the same passion and enjoy the industry he's enjoyed for many years as well too. So if you will, put your hands together as well. Welcome Mr. Charles Seinstricker back with us to help source sheep this afternoon.
First off, thank you, San Antonio, for having me back once again, sort the junior breeding sheep this afternoon. We've got a lot of classes to go through, quite a few head to work through. Certainly don't want to dismiss anyone in terms of the quality of the sheep or what we've got going on here in San Antonio, but we're going to sort these classes as quickly as possible and then get down to the numbers that we need for placing. Let's give all of our exhibitors around the rail here a round of applause as we're going to excuse them at this time.
this is your final call. Final call, Southdown ewe lambs. Final call, Southdown ewe lambs. This will be our first call. First call for Two-Tooths. First call for Two-Tooth Southdowns. Registered sheep exhibitors, just like to remind you as well, we will be checking for belly wool. Please make sure that you don't have any flank or belly wool as you're making final preparations for this afternoon. We are trying to catch that in the make ready pen, and we will ask you to go back and trim that up when we catch it. So please make sure that you trim that up before you come to the make ready pen. No flank or belly wool on the sheep, please. Also a reminder just to kind of keep it moving along here, and we'll be calling classes. I know late afternoon, but we'll try to keep things moving as fast as we can and make sure all the kiddos get a good look as well too. So as we be mindful as we move through classes, we'll be making calls for everybody. Still looking for some of our 2-tooth Southdown ewes along with that as well. So 2-tooths, be making your way this direction. We'll get you all checked in, please. Those of y'all around the ring, if you would, let's put our hands together and pay off these exhibitors as they exit the ring. One of our bigger Southdown classes we've had in many, many years. Southdown exhibitors continue to bring us some tremendously high quality sheep, really deep class. And congratulations to all of you. Got some really nice projects to take home and continue to work with on down the road. So congratulations to all of you. If you would, around the ring here, let's put our hands together as Mr. Charles makes another sword on this class. Again, extremely big class, extremely competitive deep class. So congratulations to all of you young folks. We're still looking for one two-tooth Southdown ewe, one two-tooth Southdown ewe. If you've got a two-tooth Southdown ewe, be making your way to Make Ready Pen. Still looking for one entry.
As I mentioned a while ago, first off, thank you to San Antonio for having me out again. We got the biggest class of the day right out of the box, and it was competitive start to finish and a really, really, really good class. The one that we're going to begin with, I think that when we put her in motion, that's her best view in terms of her transition from her head to her shoulder and that down her spine. You ask her to go, she maintains a levelness. She's a long-bodied rascal with great big feet. You get over the top of her, she's opened up in her cage. She's good in her top line as it handles and transitions down her top into a leg. I think that's a fantastic place to begin. The one that more closely follows her type and kind and probably length of body and then that top shape, and especially when we ask them to go in motion and maintain some levelness out of her hip, does come into. She's a smaller version and she's a little lower to the ground. I certainly admit that. But in terms of her handle down her top and her shape that she offers you with that touch, I think she's the one that best more closely resembles our class winner. Boy, I love a lot of things about the 1 and third, especially that touch about the rack shape and the overall mass or shape or expression that she offers you when she steps down from behind. She is the shortest coupled of our top three, and when we ask her to go in motion, she's got the one that rolls out of her hip as much. She gets a little higher in her spine in terms of her way she wants to put her feet and legs down. She doesn't transition quite as nicely around the ring when we ask her to go in motion. Certainly meat and potatoes type of sheep there that handles lots of shape and dimension all the way through. The largest outline one does come in 4 in terms of the pattern that she gives us, draws us a really nice picture. She closes up in the base of her chest and is the narrowest base of when we ask them to go of the top 4. At the same time, I really appreciate the width and dimension she carries down her top, and she's got some shape out of her hip. That's probably where she offers me just a notch more than the one that comes in 5 in terms of the flare from the hooks to the pins and out of her tail set, but certainly a very complete sheep to round out our top 5 that's got a nice outline with a good job showman. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, good job, y'all. Yep. Good job. Congratulations, you two.
Thank you.
Good job. Yep. Good job to everyone. Yep. Good job to y'all.
Thank you.
You bet. Good job, young lady.
Bring you the results of our Southdown ULAM class, and as Mr. Charles said, that was our biggest class of the day, whopping 83 entries in that class. So we mentioned a couple times that Southdown breed continues to grow, and quality is extremely high. So thank you to the Southdown exhibitors, and I know the rest of the breeds as well are not going to disappoint as we continue to move through the day. But I want to bring the results here. In 10th place, we had Carson Stevenson from Wise County 4-H. In 9th place, we had Bexley Peck from Lavaca County 4-H. In 8th place was Carly Stiles from Johnson County 4-H. 7th place goes to Daisy Tovar, Aubrey FFA. 6th place is Ellie Eccles from Leonard FFA. 5th place is Knox Padgett from Fredericksburg FFA. 4th place goes to Kendall Isbell from Williamson County 4-H. Your 3rd place lamb was Emerson Garner from Leonard FFA. In 2nd place, we had Addison Deer, Ponder FFA. And your class winner was Morgan Hernandez from Hayes County 4-H. Congratulations to all of you exhibitors. We now have the two Southdown ewes in the ring. We're looking for our aged or mature Southdown ewes making your way to the make-ready pen. First call, aged Southdown ewes. This is our first call for aged Southdown ewes. First call, aged Southdown ewes. Please make your way to the make-ready pen. Like to make some additional announcements as we kind of get the afternoon going here. Some reminders of our sponsors from this morning. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer outside of Freeman Boulevard between the livestock barns to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Good luck to the junior exhibitors. I'd also like to thank Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for associations and corporate incentive programs. Wayne, Sherry, and Landon Rohde, along with their staff, would like to wish all exhibitors the best of luck at this year's show. I also like to remind you, as you're getting around the barns and don't want to miss out the show when you're checking out the grounds, the Bud Light exhibit in Expo Hall 2 will be live streaming the Livestock Show. Catch the live stream on the Jumbo Video Wall from 10 to 5 and enjoy indoor seating and a meal from the Fajita Corral. Bringing you a live stream this year is TaylorFort.com again. We're proud to have them back. You can share with your friends and family at home that can't be here. They can jump on the internet, go to TaylorFort.com/live, be able to watch the live stream. I'd like to remind everyone that it's not being streamed through Facebook this year, just through the website there at TaylorFort.com/live. Be sure to let all your friends and family at home know they can go watch your Young Folks Exhibit Day.
Here in our second class of Southdown ewes, I think we've got a dominating place to begin in terms of the width and dimension that she offers, the ideal look that she gives us in terms of a female at this stage of the game, still up through her front end, neat about her shoulder, good down her top line when you ask her to go in motion, wide-based individual with plenty of muscle. Certainly one that maybe offers us notch more look and femininity up through her front end is one that comes in two. A little bit better there, maybe about her next set, but in terms of the size and scale and overall mass and dimension, she's in a distant second there to our class winner. One that does kind of probably follow our type and kind of our class winner comes in three, but we ask her to go, and she's the most restricted off of her hind legs whenever we want her to go with as much flex as there at the ground. Certainly want to open her up there off of her hind two as well. followed out with a younger pair of ewes here that follow out fourth and fifth in this particular class. Need more mass all the way through them, more width and thickness from behind. Nice place here. We get our two-toothed ewes. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Catch you up on the results here from your 2-2 Southdown U class. In third place, we had Carly Stiles from Johnson County 4-H. And second was Olivia Calhoun from Chapel Hill FFA. And your class winner was Keegan Potter from Mason County 4-H. We now have our aged Southdown ewes in the ring. We'll need our first and second place exhibitors out of the ewe lamb and the two-tooth class back for the Southdown breed drive. We will do our breed drives in between and following each breed as we progress throughout the day. We will have a supreme drive at the end of the day as well too, where we will award some additional awards, buckles, banners, and hopefully a good bit of scholarship money this afternoon as well too. So stick around and help congratulate and celebrate all these breed exhibitors we go throughout the afternoon. First call, Suffolk ewe lambs. First call, Suffolk ewe lambs to the make-ready pen. We do need the first and seconds back out of our Southdown ewe lamb and two-tooth class, please. First and seconds back from our Southdown ewe lamb and two-tooth class. Another reminder, Slick Shorn breeds of breeding sheep this afternoon. Please make sure you're paying attention to your belly and flank wool as you're making final preparation. We are checking for belly and flank wool on the Slick Shorn breeds. They should be clipped even across the body above the knee and the hock. So please make sure you're double checking that for us. If we find it in the make ready pen, we'll let you run back and touch that up, but it's going to add some additional travel time and stress to you. So please make sure you get that done before you come to the make ready pen.
Here in our last class of Southdown ewes, in terms of trying to find the one I'm most comfortable with in terms of the production aspect of these older females versus our show ring eye appeal. I just kind of landed on one that I think is the most complete in my mind. She's got some production in the center part of her body. She's got some look from the side. She certainly handles with some shape and some dimension throughout. I think that's a logical place for me to go whenever I'm asking these older females to come to the show ring and be show sheep. The one that draws us the pretty picture on the stand does come in two in terms of her overall outline and lines. You'd appreciate their mass at the ground in terms of her bone work. She's good up through her front end. You put her in motion, she's the one that wants to get the highest in her spine and kind of fall apart out through her tail head in terms of her shape and dimension, but she's certainly one that I appreciate the pattern that she draws, and it's closer to our class winner in terms of her overall look and design. Follow out our top three with this, probably the one that's the most aggressive in her muscle all the way through. She handles some shape and dimension. She is the widest and busted open about her loin. I also at the same time find her the one that's maybe not as neat up through her front end or as elegant about her head and chest floor. Certainly when you get right behind her, she's the one that offers you lots of product and volume and overall mass all the way through. really a nice way to finish out our Southdown breed. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our Southdown Aged U class. Third place goes to Keegan Potter. Second goes to Haskell Hortz from Early FFA. And Keegan's from Mason County 4-H. Your class winner is Ansley Kilker from Weatherford FFA. We are now ready for our Southdown Breed Champion Drive. Need all of our first and second places back for all three of our Southdown classes for our Southdown Breed Champion Drive. Suffolk ewe lambs, we need you to make ready pen. Second call, Suffolk ewe lambs. Additional reminder for all other slick shorn breeds of registered breeding sheep this evening. No belly wool, no flank wool. Please make sure you're touching that up before you come to the make ready pen. Also a reminder, no adhesives, no glues, nothing like that. No paints are allowed anywhere on the sheep's body. Please be mindful of that as you're making final preparations as well too. So Suffolk ewe lambs, second call, Suffolk ewe lambs. As our Southdowns are re-entering, quickly reintroduce our first, second places out of our class. Out of ewe lamb class, first went to Morgan Hernandez. Second was Addison Deer. Our two-tooth class winner was Keegan Potter. Second place was Olivia Calhoun. And then out of our age Southdown U class, our class winner is Ainsley Kilker, and his second went to Haskell Hortz.
What a great place to begin in terms of our
Make trade, hard bargain.
What a great place to begin in terms of our Southdown breed. Came to the ring with 6 individuals that I have comfort in terms of their footwork and bone work. I appreciate them, the overall eye appeal and look that they offer us, the length of the spine, the amount of muscle that there is. This could be a long, drawn-out process in terms of me describing every sheep to you again, but there's 2 that I feel just out here that dominate in terms of their shape and dimension, their overall eye appeal. I'll go shake the hand of the champion in reserve.
Catch us up on our Southdown champion and reserve breed champion. Champion goes to Megan Hernandez from Hayes County 4-H out of our ULAM class. And then our reserve is also out of our ULAM class, Addison Deer from Ponder FFA. We need our two-tooth suffix to the make-ready pen. Two-tooth suffix, make-ready pen, please. I'd like to apologize, make a correction there. My show secretary can't read this afternoon. Our champion Southdown was Morgan Hernandez. It's a good thing that Cashberry is pretty because he can't read. Two-tooth suffix. If you're not the make-ready pen, be making your way this way, please. Two-tooth suffix use. This will be your first call for age suffix. First call for age suffix use. If you would, let's put our hands together as these Suffolk exhibitors make their way around the ring here. Congratulations, guys, and they're a big class of high-quality sheep.
Maybe from the outside looking in, you don't realize how close of a pair this is here at the top of this class. And there's some give and take in these two in terms of where I'm going to put my emphasis today, and then I feel like they just kind of leave those three behind in terms of the quality that I've got up here in this pair. Without a doubt, in terms of size and stature and production, the center part of our class winner's body is just incredible. When you get over the top of her and read her body shape, the curvature that she has to her forerib, how that transitions into a neat swoop and underline. There's lots of maternal prospects there. She goes to the ground square up front on both of her toes. I read her with some maturity about her body, and at the same time, plenty of femininity and look and balance when we ask her to go in motion. The reason that it's so difficult is because the 1 and 2, in terms of the muscle shape that she carries down the top side of her skeleton, she's big and hard about her rack. She's wide and flat. She is the biggest out of her hip when we ask her to go to the ground off of her hind 2. She's square out of her pin set. She's neat about her handle down her top, her muscle shape. I appreciate that one a great deal for those aspects. You look at her from the outside, she's not as mature in terms of her overall body look, and we probably ask her to go against the ones on either side of her. In terms of her body shape, though, she's big about her cage, she's neat about her shoulders, she's upright about her head and neck, and then you watch her go in motion, and she is the one that tracks the widest off of her hind two and offers you the most muscle shape and dimension all the way through. I like that one a great deal as well. The one that comes in 3, in terms of her overall pattern, does probably look more like our class winner in terms of her maturity. In terms of her body shape, she's the one that's the most tubular out here. She's a little flatter about her forerib. She's not quite as swoopy in her undercage in terms of her maternal aspects. And then I watch her go to the ground off of her hind two, both 3 and 4. When we ask them to go to the ground off their hind two, we've got some structural issues off their hind feet that I would like to fix. In terms of her overall pattern, though, you appreciate the levelness of her top line, the uprightness there about her head and neck, the way her shoulder lays into her body, and a really level hip. The one that's probably got the maternal aspects to her body cage to match our class winner comes in 4. She's good about her center body. She's good down her top line. She's mature about her shoulder, good about her head and neck. You want to just ask her to be squarer out of her hip. You want to watch her go to the ground a little squarer off of her hind two. You certainly maybe could fix some underlying issues there in terms of her transitions from her foreflank to her hind flank, but certainly one that's mature about her look in terms of her balance. She offers you some center body and some muscle and shape all the way through. Certainly the highest, largest outline one does come in our 5th place individual. She, when you watch her go away, is the narrowest tracking off of her hind two. I don't read as much width or dimension on the underside of her body as I do on the top side of her skeleton, and she just doesn't match out here in terms of the way she puts her feet and legs down to the amount of mass that I've got on the top side. Stuck there, beautiful picture, great look up there. Young lady's a great showman. Just want more width and dimension underneath there to call her a maternal female. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our Suffolk ULAM class. 5th place goes to Casey McEntee from Sashi FFA. 4th goes to Harper White from Johnson City FFA. Third also goes to Harper White from Johnson City FFA. Second was Holden White from Johnson City FFA. And your class winner was Hudson Hortz from Early FFA. Now in the ring is Two-Tooth Suffolk ewes. Two-Tooth Suffolk ewes are in the ring. Need all of our aged Suffolk ewes to the make-ready pen. Aged Suffolk ewes. If you have an aged Suffolk ewe, please make your way to the make-ready pen, please.
Here in our two Suffolk ewes, I think that there's an ideal place to look in terms of our body carriage. She stays level down her top. You ask her to go in motion, she's square off of both ends. I think that's a nice place to begin. The one with width and dimension does come in two in terms of her center body. She offers you some thickness throughout. You put her in motion, she gets a little higher in her spine and wants to roll out of her hip. We certainly appreciate her maternal center body, though, in that particular female. Round out with the blue one here in terms of her shape and dimension. She's hard to the touch. She's got some shape out of her hip and through her loin. She's certainly one that you maybe want to just freshen up in her body carriage, maybe feed her a little bit more in terms of her hind flank and give her a little bit more fill and maternal instinct all the way through. Nice two-tooth ewe class here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of your 2-2 Suffolk class. Your class winner is Stormy Stevens from Cross Plains FFA. We now have our aged Suffolk ewes in the ring, and we're looking for our Hampshire ewe lambs. Need all of our Hampshire ewe lambs. Need our Hampshire ewe lambs. Hampshire ewe lambs to the make-ready pen. Hampshire ewe lambs to the make-ready pen.
Here in our last class of Suffolk ewes, maybe the one that we were looking for today in terms of the older female that transitions around the ring with some style and some balance, some femininity to her front end, center body that matters. It's production oriented. She handles some shape and some dimension down her top. You know, at one time she had plenty of muscle. She's probably the one that of the older females we've seen today that's built the most correct in her shoulder up to her front end and transitions around the ring with some levelness of top line. She's certainly in production there today. A really, really nice place to begin. The one that we find her in terms of second in this class, a larger outline, longer body pattern, sure. In terms of how she maintains the top line, and we ask her to go in motion, she's a little higher in her spine, doesn't quite carry her hind legs quite as square as our class winner. Certainly one that you appreciate the balance from the side. Round out this particular class with two females that I think pattern each other extremely well. They handle some shape and some dimension. Each one of them in their own right needs to be thicker down their top and offers a notch more thickness out through their hip. But two really high quality females there to round out this four. Nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our age Suffolk U class. Second goes to Brooklyn Jackson from Crosby County 4-H. And your class winner is Harper White from Johnson FFA. Now ready for our Suffolk Champion Drive. As our Suffolk's in a ring for a champion drive, a quick reintroduction. Ewe lamb class winner was Hudson Hortz. Second place went to Holden White. Two Tooth, your class winner was Stormy Stevens. And out of our age class, first place was Harper White, and second was Brooklyn Jackson. Hampshire ewe lambs, Hampshire ewe lambs. We need you to make ready pin, Hampshire ewe lambs.
Fantastic set of Suffolk ewes out here, one into the other. Lamb, yearling, or aged ewe. There's some quality within them. They stay level in their top line. They have some center body and some production, especially when you ask about the outliers within this breed in terms of their bone work and their footwork and squareness at the ground, the amount of mass that they carry in the center part of their body, the appropriate shape to their cage. I think that there's two of them out here in terms of their overall body shape and dimension. They are the two best ones that are also happen to be the best designed when you ask them to go in motion. I'll go shake the hand of the champion in reserve.
Congratulations. Congratulations to our aged ewe exhibitor, sub-exhibitor, Harper White, has your breed champion. And then your reserve breed champion comes out of our ewe lamb class, and Miss Hudson Horitz. Absolute last call, Hampshire ewe lambs. Absolute last call, Hampshire ewe lambs. Your class is about to go in the ring. We're missing one exhibitor, Hampshire ewe lamb. Your class is going in the ring. Final call, Hampshire ewe lambs. Your class is going in the ring right now. Final call, Hampshire ewe lambs. if you will, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Another big, deep class. The Hampshire breed historically has been a very deep, competitive class, and again, these breeders have brought us another high-quality class. And congratulations for getting this far in the deep class, guys. Need our two-tooth Hampshire ewes. Two-tooth Hampshire ewes. First call, two-tooth Hampshire ewes. if you will, let's put our hands together and pay off this set of kids. Again, another really big class, deep class, and very challenged to get to this point in the class from a big old set of Hampshire ewe lambs here.
This is a fun one. Hey, up here at the top of this class, not to take anything away from anything that we've seen today, but we are 4, 5, 6 deep in here in terms of sheep that can play with anybody in this country. At the ground, our class winner in terms of his boot size, in terms of his foot size, in terms of in terms of her forearm, how that transitions up her body, her neck set. You ask her to go in motion. She's the tallest at the points of her shoulders. She stays the cleanest in her breastplate. She's level down her top. Boy, she's opened up in the middle center part of her body. She goes away with you some width. I really, really, really like this one here. The one that comes into, there's not a bigger top that we've seen today in terms of the rack shape, the mass that she carries down her top. She's opened up in her cage as well. When I look at the underline swoop, the maternal instincts in her, I don't necessarily have a feeling one way or the other as to the detriment of how that makes her look. She looks like a sheep that belongs out here. At the same time, when we put her in motion, she is the lowest set in her front end of our top 3. In terms of a shape down her top, she's massive about her rack, wide and full through her loin, and big from behind. What makes it so interesting is there's not a more dynamic front third in a sheep out here. This sheep in third, in terms of its chest, in terms of her chest placement, how that transitions into her shoulder, her neck set up on top of her shoulder. I really, really like the 1/3. She's really feminine through her front end. She looks like she's going to mature into a good ewe, and at the same time, she offers you the body and shape that you find in those up above them. Maybe just not the maturity today that we see in those. I think this is a breeding piece. I told the young man I love her and hate her at times. That's when you catch her out of her loin edges, she wants to be a little swoopy and shelfier in her loin at times, but that's a dynamic look, a big front, a big frame. She's got a big foot in her. You put her in motion and you like the way she travels around the ring with some authority. I really appreciate the shape at times. Maybe just want to be fresher in certain parts of her top line. Round out this dynamic 5 with one that I appreciate for her look and body. She is probably the shallowest chested and the deepest flank when we look at them in terms of her relation to her underline. At the same time, I need more bulk and mass all the way through that one to compete any higher. Let's give this class a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Good job to y'all.
Thank you.
You bet. Good job. Good job to y'all.
We're missing an age a two-tooth Hampshire ewe. Two-tooth Hampshire ewe. Your class is about to go in the ring. This is your absolute last final call. Two-tooth Hampshire ewe. Missing an entry from Viter FFA. Viter FFA, two-tooth ewe, Hampshire ewe. It's your last call. If we don't see somebody waving at us like you're coming right now, your class is about to go in the ring. Two-tooth Hamp ewe from Viter FFA. Your class is going in the ring. Catch up on results here of our ULAM class. In 10th place was Ellie Eccles from Leonard FFA. 9th place was Keely Clark, Joshua FFA. 8th place went to Hudson Hordes from Early FFA. 7th place was Emily Bynum, West Rusk FFA. 6th, Casey McEntee, Sashi FFA. 5th goes to another entry from Casey McEntee. 4th place is Tinley Miller from Terry County 4-H. 3rd place is Emerson Garner, Leonard FFA. 2nd went to Hudson Franklin, Lubbock County 4-H. And your class winner was Mackenzie Evans from Burnett County 4-H. Got our two-tooth lambs in the class are in here. Two-tooth ewes are in the ring. Final call, aged hamster ewe lambs. Final call, aged hamster ewe lambs.
Just 2 entries in this particular class, but they're extremely high quality and match the ones that we had at the top of the last class in terms of eye appeal and look and body and shape and dimension. Boy, our class winner is very feminine up through her front end. She's neat about the point of her shoulder. That transitions into a big wedge shape when you get over the top of her. She's big from behind, square made, put her in motion. You like where her top line stays. She's a neat individual there to go ahead and win this class. The one that comes in 2 is very robust about her top line. She's big about her center body. She's got lots of production all the way through. I don't read her near as long or extended up through her front end. Not quite as neat about her shoulder, but from that point back, she's massive about her center body and good about her hip and hind leg as it goes to the ground. Nice pair of sheep here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results of our two-tooth Hamp ewe. Your class winner is Hudson Horts from early FFA. Now entering the ring is our aged Hampshire ewes. Rambouillet exhibitors, if you would like to begin making your way to their make-ready pen as we've done in years past, we'll tie your flocks up in segregated areas. Rambouillet exhibitors, be making your way to the make-ready pen.
Another high quality pair as we round out our Hampshire division. Young lady's older ewe here comes to the ring with some authority. She's good about her shoulders. She's neat about her front end. She's got lots of production all the way through her center body. Goes to the ground good and square on a nice leg from behind. Really a nice place to begin. Young Men's has got a very nice outlined individual there to round out this particular class. That's got some levelness to her top line. She's good and square about her body as well. Nice job here to these exhibitors.
We need the second place Hampshire ewe lamb. Second place Hampshire ewe lamb. We're now ready for the champion Hampshire ewe lamb drive, so we need that second place Hampshire ewe lamb back to the make-ready pen. Results of class number 3 in the Hampshire show, our aged ewe class. Your class winner was Haskell Horts from early FFA. introduce our first and our seconds, if we had them in classes for our Hampshire ULAM, our Hampshire Drive here. ULAM class winner was Mackenzie Evans, and second place was Hudson Franklin out of the ULAM class. Out of our two-tooth class, we've got our first place exhibitor, Hudson Hortz, and then out of our ASU, Haskell Hortz is our class winner. Rambouillet exhibitors, you making your way to the make-ready pen.
Without a doubt, the toughest breed we've seen today in terms of quality at the top end of those classes. They're designed correctly. They go to the ground square. They offer you some shape and some dimension. I appreciate their cine body and their cage. They're put together in a neat, feminine package. They look appropriate as you ask them to go around the ring. I just can't think of a better place to begin. I'll go shake the hand of the champion. We bring out second place in that particular class, and we discussed them from the top to bottom, how tough that one was. We're going to leave them together. The second will be reserved.
Thank you.
Yes. Good job to you. Good job to you.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion, Hampshire U. Our champion comes to us from Mackenzie Evans out of our ULAM class from Burnett County 4-H. Our reserve was brought to us by Hudson Franklin, also out of our ULAM class from Lubbock County 4-H. Rambouillet breeders.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
We move into a wool breed here. I think we've got an exceptional place to begin in our ewe lamb class. In terms of her body cavity, she's big about her center. She offers you some levelness down her top. She's certainly the one that is the combination between the densest fleece with the longest staple. I like her head placement. I like the breed character about her head. And she's got a very, very long, level hip on her out to her dock. The one that comes in second handles very soft to the touch in terms of her fiber micron. She's certainly one that I appreciate the amount of wool that she has on her from a density standpoint. It's not a very long stapled fleece, but it's certainly one that I appreciate the fineness and the amount of wool that she's got there in the squares per inch. Certainly at the same time, I think that this is a neat profiling individual. It's got some length and elevation up to her front end, and I appreciate her body cavity at the same time. The one that's going to round out our initial trio is one that probably follows the type and kind of our class winner a little bit better than our one that comes in two. She's real open about her fleece, and today's not as quite as high yielding as the ones that sit above her in this particular class. Also, I could maybe clean up the breed character about her head. In the same time, really a nice class of Rambouillets. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our Rambouillet ewe lamb class. Third place goes to Cade Parker from Slacker County 4-H. Second goes to Zoe Gilcrease from Reading FFA. And first goes to Johan Gordegat from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Now ready for our two-tooth Rambouillets. Two-tooth Rambouillets.
These Rambouillet females can be difficult to sort through in terms of trying to make sure that you maintain several different aspects in terms of some femininity and some, at the same time, some body and some capacity, some size and scale. They're huge females that still have to have some body to them, some rib shape, some production, some breed characteristics in terms of their face and their eyelashes. That combined with their shape of their body and how they transition down their top line, stay level in motion. I think that the one that comes here at the beginning of this class is the one that maintains all of that to the highest degree. Certainly there's some dynamic aspects about the one that comes in too, and if we're really concerned about making one neat in their underline and cool in their body cavity, that's a place that maybe you can flip-flop or switch this particular pair. Number one, she's not as high yielding in her fleece as the one that comes above her. She's not as fine in her fleece as the one that comes above her, but she is a denser fleece that's more uniform from front to back in terms of her cover. So there's some give and take there in terms of the fleece characteristics that they carry. I certainly appreciate her size and scale, her body. She's a wide-made individual there that follows this one that we begin with rather nicely. Round out this one with a pair of sheep there that's got some give and take in its own right. A bigger bodied one does come in 3 in terms of her overall outline. She's a little looser in her fleece, but is longer in her staple. We round that out with one that's probably a little finer in her fleece, but shorter in her staple length and not as uniform from one end to the other in terms of the fineness that she carries from her shoulder to her breech. So nice class here in our second class of Rambouillets. Let's give our exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our two-tooth Rambouillet class. In fourth place, we goes to Parker Munns from Belton for FFA. Excuse me. Third place goes to Johan Gerdigut from Deaf Smith County. Second goes to Haskell Horitz from Early FFA, and your class winner is Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. Now entering the ring is our aged Rambouillets. Aged Rambouillets now in the ring. This is our first call for Dorper ewe lambs. First call, Dorper ewe lambs.
I think a beautiful place to begin in terms of her femininity up through her front end, the look that she gives you from the side. Her center body is maybe ideal in terms of this breed as being depth and wide and having the quality of fleece that she does and maintains the staple length from one end to the other that I like to see. The one that comes in two is a finer fleece, without a doubt. There's just not as much sheep there. I mean, from the outside looking in terms of a mature individual, she's a little bit more refined in all of the areas. She's more refined in her body cavity. She's more refined in her front end. She's more refined in her foot size. That being said, she's got a very dense, high-quality fleece that's got lots of fineness and is uniform from one end to the other that I appreciate it. And that's where she beats the one that comes in two in terms of her uniformity of shoulder to breech and how that transitions from one side of her body to the other. I think that she maybe is one that has a little more size and scale to match our class winner, but certainly one that I appreciate for her fleece that she's carrying. Just not quite as uniform as the two that sit above her. Nice way to round out our Rambouillets.
Results of our aged Rambouillet U class. Third place goes to Parker Munns from Belton FFA. Second also goes to Parker Munns from Belton FFA. And your class winner goes to Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. We're now ready for our Rambouillet champion drive. The all of our first and second place Rambouillets back in the ring, please. As we get our Rambouillet exhibitors back in here, we're going to reintroduce you to them right quick. Out of our ULAM class, first place went to Johan Grodegut from Deaf Smith County. Second to Zoe Gilcrease from Meridian FFA. Out of our two-tooth class, first place was Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. Second was Haskell Hortz from Early FFA. Your aged ewe, Rambouillet ewe, was brought to us again by Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. And second was Parker Munns from Belton FFA. Dorper ewe lambs. Dorper ewe lambs, be making your way to the make ready pen. Dorper ewe lambs.
Here at the conclusion of our Rambouillet show, the femininity that these females carry, the length up through their front end, the look that they offer us, the levelness of their spine, how that transitions to their hip and their hind leg, and they go to ground swear. I appreciate that in all of them. I'll go shake the hand of the champion in reserve.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
if y'all will, those around ringside, let's put your hands together, kind of like some of the other breeds tonight. We've seen a lot of competitive sheep and really deep classes here. And, again, the telltale signs, some young steers brought some great ones here. So congratulations, you guys. Making another sort here, and so if you will, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young folks. Again, another deep, high quality class. Congratulations for getting this far in a really competitive class, guys. We need our Dorper two-tooth ewes. Dorper two-tooth ewes. Be making your way to the make-ready pen. Dorper two-tooth ewes to the make-ready pen.
I think that whenever we ask these females to go in motion, and this female here in front throws her head up and just walks around the ring with authority. She comes to me as wide-chested, just as wide as she leaves me. She's level in her top line. She's good about the center part of her body. And then you get over the top of her, and she has a whale of muscle down her top. I think that's a great, great place to begin. The pair of sheep does come in 2 and 3 in terms of they're looking alike and the way that they match here in the show ring in terms of their body condition and their shape and dimension that they carry down their top. I think that the deciding factor for me is when I ask him to go, the one that comes in second is a little wider about her chest floor. She leaves you a little bit wider, and I get on top of her. I find a notch more boldness there in the center part of her body. She offers me just a notch more production all the way through. When I get to the 1 and 3rd, at certain times she gives you a dynamic look in terms of the femininity up through her front end, the coolness there at the lift of her shoulder. As she transitions down her top line, she's not the one that's as opened up as the pair that sits above them. She's a little frailer at the ground when we compare her to the 2 that sit above her. But in this particular class, in terms of femininity to the front end, her angles, her proportions, I think she surfaces into the 3rd hole rather well. The one that comes in 4th is dynamic in her look from the side in terms of that body cavity, the swoop, the production that she offers you, that maternal look. At times, she's a little shorter in her neck. I don't read her as feminine or as long up through her front end. She is certainly one that is busted open with some shape and some dimension, and certainly swear off those hind 2 whenever we go to the ground off of her hind feet. That's where she beats the 1 and 5th in terms of her hip and hind leg structure, going to the ground a little square from her hooks to her pins to the ground. I'd just like to clean her up there. As a youthful female, she looks good up through her front end. She's got lots of chest width. She's neat up through her front end. She's just more immature than the ones that sit above her. Really a nice place to begin here in our Dorper classes. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of your Dorper ULAM class. In 10th place goes to Grant Nobles from Mason County 4-H. 9th place goes to Quentin Cox from Fredericksburg FFA. 8th place is Knox Padgett, Fredericksburg FFA. 7th is Avery Walton from Eastland FFA. 6th goes to Addison Deere, Ponder FFA. 5th place goes to Brindley Holomachek from Mason County 4-H. 4th goes to Paisley Lord from Brown County 4-H. In 3rd, we have Hadley Manor from Gillespie County 4-H. 2nd place is Holden Gideon from Gillespie County 4-H. And your class winner was Bodie Hadamachek from Mason County 4-H. Now have our 2-tooth ewes in the class, and we're looking for our aged Dorper ewes to come to the make-ready pen. Aged Dorper ewes to the make-ready pen. Also like to remind everybody, if you had a breeder reserve breed champion, we gave you a little bio sheet today. If you would please make sure and fill that out and either get it back to us prior to the Supreme Drive or as you're coming up for Supreme Drive. That way we can have that information. Like to introduce and recognize all of our breed and reserve breed champions as they're coming in for our Supreme Drive this evening. If you would, please, let's put our hands together. Another high-quality class of Dorper ewes. Thank you, young folks, for bringing our good set out to us this year.
I think that when we can make these Dorper females go to the ground square, maintain the levelness of their top line when we put them in motion, are appropriate in their angles, and then still at the same time have as much muscle as anything in the class, we've got a good place to begin. I like the way her head hits her shoulder. I like the way her shoulder blends into her forerib. I really appreciate the way it transitions down her top line. I think that's the best place to begin. The one that comes into is dynamic in her handle and her shape of her loin and out of her hip in terms of the amount of muscle that she carries. We put her in motion. She's the one that maybe wants to be a little lacking right there behind her shoulders in terms of her top line. She's certainly one that I don't think stays as square at the ground as our class winner, but she's a nice place to fall into the second hole. She's got some length up to her front end and some femininity there with some overall length of body. That's where we beat the one in third in terms of the overall femininity through the front end. the length of her neck and her head, and then the overall way she carries her body together when we put her in motion. She's 1 and 3 is a little shorter coupled. She's a little shorter out of her hip, but she's certainly one that's dynamic in her center body and offers lots of production all the way through. Round this out, or the 1 and 4th visited with the young man there. She's fantastic in her muscle shape down her top. She handles big about her rack and is wide and full in her loin. In this particular class, I just read her as a little smaller in her kind, maybe one that needs to be a little bit more mature in her overall makeup. Round out 1 with us. That's fantastic in her overall profile. She's good in her outline, level down her top. We watched that one in motion. She needs to be squarer off of her hind too. Let's give this second class a round of applause.
Last call, age Dorper ewes. Your class is going in the ring. Sherryland FFA, we're missing 2 of your... Sherryland FFA, we're missing 2 of your ewes. For the aged Dorper ewes, if your class is going in the ring, if you're running this way, please wave. Please let us know. Your class in the ring. Sherryland FFA missing 2 entries. Your class is in the ring. Results of your 2-tooth class. In fifth place, we have Jocelyn Rogers from Sutton County 4-H. 4th place is Wyatt Hughes from Uvalde County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Hadley Cool from Lampasas. In 2nd place is Brennan Halamachek from Mason County 4-H. And your class winner is Wyatt Scoggins from McLennan County 4-H. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Congratulations on a nice set of sheep, guys.
In their own type and kind, we've got 3 or 4 deep here in this class in terms of really, really high quality females. When you see this first place individual in motion, that's where she shines. The squareness that she maintains on her top line, how she transitions that to the ground as square and as bulgy as she does from behind, and then to be just as big and as opened up in her chest floor, and it has a big, big cage in the center part of her body. I read her as just being a really natural athlete out here in terms of the overall look that she gives us. The one that comes in two is just like her in terms of her overall build and size and kind. She's a little bit more busted open in her chest floor. She leaves you just a little bit wider off of her hind too. In that turn, she's got a little coarser about her shoulder. She doesn't maintain the levelness down her top line. And just in that fraction, she rolls out of her hip whenever we ask her to go in motion. But I think that's a pair of sheep there that fit together really nice there at the top of that class. Probably the one that's the most dynamic in certain aspects does come in 3. She's the longest fronted. She's the most feminine about her head and neck. As you get on top of her, she's the crispiest in her muscle shape down her top. You get right behind her, there's not enough bulk there. She certainly is one that could just be a little stouter everywhere. And right in the backside of her flank in terms of her maternal sweep that we ask her to give us from underneath, she just doesn't give me the production-oriented look that I want to see in these females at this age. At the same time, we get that in the one that comes in 4 in terms of her overall body cavity. She could stand to be just a nickel bigger in her kind in terms of her overall makeup. But the reason we've got her faulted to 4th is when you watch her go right away from her, she's probably not the one that's the most secure off of her hind 2 legs in terms of her foot placement. Round out with one that needs to be, in our 5th place, needs to be a little leveler in her spine when we ask her to go. The last place individual there, 6th in this particular class, is a little rounder out of her hip. Really, really a nice class of older females. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our age Dorper U class. 6th place goes to Zoe Gilchrist from Meridian FFA. 5th goes to Grant Nobles from Mason County 4-H. 4th is Mackenzie Allen from Iran FFA. 3rd is Hudson Hortz from Early FFA. 2nd goes to Hudson Moore from Huckabee FFA. And your class winner was Brinley Halamachek from Mason County 4-H. We're now ready for our Dorper champion and reserve breed champion drive. Should have all of our 1st, 2nd places lined back up here. I'd like to reintroduce our 1st and 2nd as they come back in the ring here. Out of our Dorper ULAM class, 1st went to Bodie Halamachek from Mason County 4-H. 2nd was Holden Gideon from Gillespie County 4-H. Out of your 2-tooth U class, 1st place was brought to us by Wyatt Scoggins, McLennan County 4-H. 2nd came to us from Brindley Halamachek from Mason County 4-H. Out of our aged U class, 1st was also from Miss Brindley Halamachek from Mason County 4-H. And 2nd place was Hudson Moore from Huckabee FFA. Still need 9 exhibitors for our white Dorper ewe lambs. White Dorper ewe lambs, be making your way to the make ready pen. Still missing 9 of y'all. White Dorper ewe lambs to the make ready pen.
super good Dorper female show. We bring our lamb, our yearling, and our aged out here in each respective classes, first and second. They have some looks and some dimension. There's some looks from the front end, and they all carry some width and dimension all the way through their body. Super excited about the set that I've got out here. I think that there's a logical place for me to go, and then it gets a little tougher for second, and I'll go and select that individual. Come back out here and look for selection of a reserve champion in this division. I think that there was 2 of them while ago in class that I appreciated. I'm going to leave them together. Second heavy, or second age is a reserve.
I'd like to recognize our champion and reserve champion Dorpers. Brindley Helmacek had our champion Dorper U from Mason County 4-H out of the aged U class. Hudson Moore also brought us our reserve out of the age class from Huckabee FFA. We're now getting ready for our white Dorper U-Lamb class, white Dorper U-Lambs. Two-tooth Dorper Ewes, two-tooth Dorper Ewes. Be making your way to the make-ready pen. Two-tooth Dorper Ewes. Just another reminder, if you had a breed or reserve breed champion this afternoon, you received or should have received a bio sheet. If you will, please make sure you fill that out. And if you have a quick second, either run it up here before the Supreme Drive or bring it with you. We'd certainly like to recognize and introduce all of our breed and reserve breed champions as they are evaluated for our Supreme Overall U this evening. Also, we'd like to remind all of our two-tooth white Dorper ewes to be heading this way. Two-tooth white Dorper ewes, come to the make-ready pen. Those of y'all around the ring, let's put our hands together and pay off this set of exhibitors here. Again, like we've talked about, the Dorpers earlier, the white Dorpers, extremely competitive, high-quality set of sheep, and keeps getting better and better every year. So congratulations to all the exhibitors for bringing their nice set out this year. If y'all will, go ahead and please put your hands together and pay off these exhibitors after making their sort here. Again, congratulations on making it this far in an extremely deep and competitive large class.